That's the fun part for me anyway.
Yeah.
So Rick, you're gonna be opening it up. So I'll.
Just give me the cue, coach.
All right.
I cue you, or you can cue me.
Coach Ariel will cue.
I will get a cue. Yeah. All right. So I'm opening up the broadcast now. We're live on YouTube, and also we're the participants are coming in, and we got an international audience tonight with a lot of international coaches tuned in, including Czech Republic coach Coach Nino Ginsberg, who was with us last night. He's tuned in, and he just entered the room. All right. I think we have a pretty good size crowd now. And Rick, you have the floor. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to all the participants, all the attendees for this webinar. It is my honor to introduce the most bemedaled professional basketball coach in the Philippines, someone who is the heir to Tex Winter and Phil Jackson, the master, the big chief triangle himself, Mr. Tim Cohn, who has won 22 PBA championships. That alone is amazing. And he's a two-time Grand Slam coach. And he's not yet done creating his own history. Without further ado, the master, Mr. Big Chief Triangle, Tim Cohn.
Thank
Applause.
you. Yeah, it's nice to be here. I'm shocked and honored, and I hope I can do everybody justice by what we're going to talk about tonight. What I really wanted to talk about was kind of how we have moved away from the triangle, but to understand that you have to be able to understand the triangle a little bit, at least the basics of it. And so what I decided to do is I decided to kind of imagine all of you are here on the web. Try to imagine you as one import, and because when we were doing the triangle, we would have imports come in, and there would be a time when we'd have to kind of train these guys within, sometimes 3 days, 5 days, maybe we would have 2 weeks to immerse them into the triangle and try to get them into a buy-in. And that was one of the hardest parts, just getting them to a buy-in that this is what we were going to run, and you had to learn it in a short period of time. So, we kind of went through some things that we did to teach them how to learn the triangle. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of that tonight with you, kind of imagining you all as being an import. And then, so I'm going to go on to the playboard first, and then after the playboard, we'll try to back it up with some videos that we have run in terms of the triangle, and of course some of the stuff that the Lakers ran, some video of the Lakers. I do not have Bulls video with me. That's at the gym, and I can't get there. So we used to have a lot of Bull video there. But I'll show you that, and then we'll talk a little bit about what we really liked about the triangle, and then what we tried to keep in the triangle as we move forward from it. I think the first thing you need to know that I ran the triangle probably longer than just about any other coach than Tex Winter. I started running the triangle in 1992. Was the first time that we tried to run it. A really important thing that I would like to impart to all you coaches, and I learned this very early, don't teach what you don't know. And that's exactly what I tried to do in 1992 with the triangle. I tried to teach what I didn't know. I was learning it as I went along. I did it by breaking down Bulls video, painstakingly, fast forward, rewind, fast forward, diagram. And that's basically how I learned the triangle. It took me probably more than a year to understand just the basic level of the triangle. I didn't meet Tex Winter until about 7 years later in 1999. And that's when, at that point, we had been running it for quite a while. We'd already won, I think, 9 championships by that time. We were running it at a very high level because we had a very consistent core that was running it and who could evolve with it. So when Tex came to Manila and he saw us, came to our practice and he saw us execute it, he had just spent his first year with LA. He had left the Bulls and spent his first year with LA at that time. And he, his comment at the time was that, wow, you guys run it better than the Lakers. And I thought, well, that's kind of a backhanded compliment because the Lakers just learned it. We've been running it for 7 years, but to hear that from Tex Winter was amazing for all of us. I remember all of our players feeling really good about that. So also I want to be able to say with that story is that I learned the triangle with my own language. I did not know the Tex Winter language of how he ran the triangle. In other words, his basic 2 pass to the post, we called it a 1 pass, or his 2 pass to the top, we called it a 2 pass. And so I'm going to go from there. And now that you know a little bit of it. So again, I ran it from 1992 and I stopped running it in the pure Tex Winter the style of the triangle, his pure way of running it. I ran it all the way until 2015. So that's basically 23 years of running the triangle. And I varied off very little from the Tex Winter standard. In fact, I always felt guilty whenever I tried to do something new. I kind of felt guilty about it. I pulled myself back and said, no, that's not how Tex would do it. And so it was really a strong, incredible follower of Tex Winter. And we kept that level up all the way through 23 years. Now, again, one of the things the triangle does is that it evolves. And when it evolves, it builds on itself. So through the years, obviously, we have evolved the triangle. It evolves on itself, but we still stayed very, very much into the Tex Winter principles of the triangle. So let me get onto my board. I'm going to give me a moment here to get onto my play board, see if this works. It's not working again. What did I do last time? I'm sorry. Has anybody seen anything besides me?
Not yet, Coach. It's not on screen.
Okay.
That's it.
Working on. I think it just takes a little bit of time.
Yeah,
It took a little bit of time to get me on last time, but I want to take you through a play board and what we would do with an import when he came into our practice, the first practice, that I would sit down with a play board and I would walk through some of the things that he would do, that he would need to be able to do in practice, trying to give him kind of a basis for what to do before he stepped onto the floor. That was a really important process. And then, through the years of continually having imports coming in and out, and occasional, local players joining and not joining, we would kind of perfect that way of doing it. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. All right, share screen. Is it working? I'm sorry. This is not working the way. I am not a computer expert, needless to say. Darn it. Can't get it on.
It was working earlier. So I think
it was working earlier before we got on. And I spent too much time talking like I always do. And didn't do enough doing it. And now I'm stuck not being able to do this. So let me try it one more time. Where are we? Can you give me a minute? Okay. Screen mirroring. It's not coming to the screen mirroring.
There you go.
There we go. Finally.
There you go.
I told you I'm an expert. There's my wife, so don't look at her. And I'm not quite there yet. but I'm almost there. There we go. Yes, I did it. All right.
All right.
Now we've got something to do. Now, so what we do is we talk about the basic triangle. And we, you know, the obvious basic triangle for Tex is the sideline triangle. So we would tell the import, we would always try to get into this basic formation. I'm going to move these two. I was fooling around with this earlier. The one thing that is indescribably beautiful about the triangle is that it is positionless. And, you know, positionless basketball didn't start happening until, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. I know it was done in Europe a little earlier than it was done in the United States. But this was really a positionless offense back in 1993, 92, 91 when the Bulls were running it. And you got to remember, Tex Winter developed this offense, I believe, in 1961 is when he wrote his first book about it. So imagine how innovative Tex Winter was running a positionless basketball team back in the 60s. But as I've got it set up here, it looks like anybody could be in any position. So let's just see, you can see the little basketball here. Is this moving? It's not moving. There we go. Now it's moving. Okay. There's the basketball right here. We're going to assume it's in it's with player number 2. And again, this could be really anybody. At this point, we're making it like the 2 guard. But we haven't. This is the basic setup. So the thing about the triangle is a lot of people do know it's set up in the 3 triangles. There's one triangle here, and then there's another triangle going on here, and then there's another triangle going on here. And the idea is you're supposed to be 15 feet spacing. That was always very important to Tex, to make sure you get the 15 feet spacing, and something we always taught. So the ball could be passed to any of the 4 players at any other time. Now those 3 triangles kind of represent the triple post offense, which is another name for the sideline triangle. And that was the name of Tex Winter's book that he wrote, the triple post by, which I have somewhere. Here it is. I forgot that I have it, but it's right here, the triple post offense. And I tell you what, some of the diagrams can be really hard to understand if you don't know what you're really looking for. But the last 2 parts of the book, it's a 3-part book. There's never been a better book written about coaching. If you want to read something that's just incredible about coaching, try to find this one. And you can see it's got the red thing and the things on the side. It's not a hardcover book, but I keep that on my desk all the time. Anyway, so back to the import. Okay. All right. So what we say is that you can pass to any 4 players at one time. Now we always want to look into the post up pass, so that we call that the 1 pass. Tex Winter would call it the 2 pass into the post. We call our 2 pass the 1 to the top. All right. Or we call our 3 pass the flash in, which is called the backdoor step in Texas lingo. Or we call the 4 pass, and which is the 2 pass to the corner. I called it this way because I wanted to prioritize passing. It was really important for me to want to look inside first. So I always call it the 1 pass. And then as your eyes looked around, because remember the triangle is always first open guy, you'd look to the 2, and if the 2 is denied, then you look to the 3, and the 4 really had the least amount of passes. The 4 pass to the corner had the least amount of, options. So it was harder. We didn't really look for that one as much as we did the other ones, but we always wanted to get into it. So again, now let me just show you some basic movement. And this is really basic stuff. And the one thing you'll notice about the triangle is that everybody moves off the pass. There's always some place to go off the pass. So you always got to have a credible level of alertness. Because if one guy's screwing up, the whole offense screws up. So all 5 guys have got to be focused on it. And I always make a joke to the players, if you're running down the floor and you take a moment, look at that pretty girl in the stands, then you're screwing us all up. You got to keep your eyes and focus right there on the court. And so it's because what happens is that you have to read what your teammate is doing. What your teammate is going to do tells you what you're going to do. There are no calls. And that's what I love about the triangle, and something we try to keep, that where there's no calls. I never call sets throughout a game. Now, let me just digress for a moment, because that's a really important thing. I don't call sets. I don't call one pass, four pass, two pass. I don't call corner entry or anything. I really let the guys just come down and play. They decide what they're going to run. They run it according to what the defense is going to give them, and that gives us that great predictability. In the meantime, and this is really important and why I like this offense so much, in the meantime, that allows me to focus my attention and energy on the defensive side. And that allows us to be the defensive team that we've always been. I've always felt we've been overshadowed by the fact that we were a triangle team, and that was how representative it was, that we won championships because of our triangle. And for me personally, I always felt we won championships because of our defense. And the triangle allowed us to play the defense that we wanted to be able to, we were able to play. And just, I think it was episode 3, where Phil Jackson came out and said that he was a defensive coach first. And I know that to be a fact. I know that I talked to Tex many times about that, and they always talked about their defense and how important that was to their championships. And you look at their teams, you know, Scotty was all pro, first teamer. Dennis Rodman was a defensive player of the year. Michael Jordan was a defensive player of the year. Their big men played great, you know, defense as well. So the thing I liked about the triangle is it allowed me to really focus, because I could just kind of let the players go, and they made the decisions out there on the floor. So from a coaching standpoint, you've got to have a lot of trust in the offense, and the trust comes from the repetitions you do in the practice. You know, that's where the trust comes. And you're not going to just go out there and trust them to do the right thing on the court. You've got to make sure they're doing the right things in practice. And one thing about the triangle is it's repetition after repetition after repetition after repetition. And, you know, you've got to communicate that to your guys and say, look, this is what it's going to be like. You've got to be willing to understand this and do it. And you've got to get buy-in to go into these repetitions over and over and over again until they become a second nature. That's why they've said over the years that the triangle takes like a year to learn. And, you know, one of the guys that we had, Tony De La Cruz, he was a brilliant, you know, basketball player, had a brilliant mind, but he played the game in a way. He was a motion guy, ran and just, you know, played to his instincts and just ran around a lot. And Tony, as brilliant as he was, and he really was one of the most brilliant players I've been around, just in terms of basketball instincts, it took him a full year to get comfortable in the triangle and to get instinctive in the triangle. There was a lot of breakdown he had to do to build up to get into the triangle rhythm. So it was an interesting dynamic with him. One of the more smarter guys, he ended up having to struggle learning it in the beginning. So again, now here we are with taking, and what I was saying, so after a year, when you've done all these repetitions over and over and over again, that's why you get better and better in the triangle, and why sometimes it takes a year to really reach the level you want to reach. So here I am trying to teach you in an hour and trying to teach the imports in a short time. So let me get at it again. All right, one pass. All right, that's our one pass. We throw to the post. Now you'll see that everybody has an action. There's different things you can do off of this, but I'm going to show you the basic action off of here. And this is what we call the third cut screen action. All right. So as soon as we make that pass, all right, a couple things happen. One, this guy backdoors into what they call a speed cut. So he goes from weak side, from strong side to weak side, and clears out along the baseline. That's why you sometimes saw that quick pass in. Guys got quick layups off the triangle. In the meantime, and again, this is all going simultaneous. The 3 slides off and goes into what we call the flare spot. He would go into what we call the flare spot. All right. The 4 would drop down into what we call the freeze spot. And these are all Tex Winter terminology that I learned later after I met Tex. And then the speed cutter would be the first cutter, and then we'd have the second cutter from the passer, he would come down and he would set a screen. Now, the three man here was on the player spot, now needs to go back to the sweet spot. So he could open up this area here, right here, for the 4-man coming off the screen. All right. And all you notice, this is the big man coming off. Oftentimes this works because it makes and occupies the big man and allows this guy to make a move. And we'll see a couple of times later on the video, you'll see Powell make a strong move, Powell Gasol, you'll see or Andrew Bynum make a strong move into plays right there that we have on video later on. So if the ball is here, now that's the action. So everybody's moved. All right. Now we throw the ball. If he decides to throw the ball into that 4 for that shot, then he'll look for that shot. If not, the shot, he doesn't have the shot, he'll swing it on to the weak side. 2 will break to the corner. 5 will come back to the post. 3 will step down. 4 will come down to the pinch to pinch him. And then if you look now, what are we in? We're back in the triangle, but on the other side. So in effect, you could do the 1 pass again and come through, all right, and step down, screen, again, that player spot over, all right, coming up top, going over, swing, through, all right, screen, back up, and again, you're back into your triangle. So you see the continuity of the offense. Now, from that 1 pass, there's a lot of other things you could do. That was the basic. You could do splits off that 1 pass into the O's. All right. You could do what we call a guard squeeze. This guy flare, we could do a guard squeeze off that action. You could do a single split. This guy could go through, you could be overplayed, come back around the other side. So there's a lot of things that you could actually get done with that off that 1 pass action. But that was the one I showed you was the basic action. So this is the way, again, I taught the import and how we did it. Now, ball's back, okay? So now we have the 1 guard. The 1 is guarded. We can't get it in there. Then we look for the 2. And now we have the weak side action going on. Ooh, sorry. This is free. There we go.
That's
Okay.
all right.
Nice little advertisement there. I hope they make some money. So here we are in the 2 pass. So now we got the 2 pass pinch going through. So the 2 pass leads to the pinch post, which you see a lot of Bulls action on the pinch post. The thing you see is we used to practice 8 actions off of this pinch post action here. So you come off, if the handoff for a jump shot, he come off, and get the ball and dribble and catch it here. Then he'd come back and ball screen, go over. But we had 8 actions that would go on from there. So there were 8 different actions that could go off of that. In the meantime, while that is going on, and again, this is the beauty of the offense, is that nobody stands around. On the backside here, there's always movement. Once that man makes a 2 pass to the top, then he comes down and does what we call a rebound cut screen, okay? And the 1 steps off. So he 2 becomes a screener for the 1 off the screen, where if he doesn't pass it there, he can look off the other side. Or if we come off there, now this guy can be the passer with his screener coming off, and you'll see James Yap make a play off of that with Marcus Blakely in a video later on. And then this guy here, the 2 who's doing the screen, he now has the opportunity to step in for the rebound. If 3 takes that shot, gets the handoff and takes that shot, or he can cut off the 5-man. All right. Okay. Or he can back off to the back. So if we throw it here and we come back and he backs off to the corner again, we screen, come back up again. We're back into the triangle. All right. Okay. Not too hard. Doesn't seem that hard. All right. Now, that's the 2 pass. Again, there are a lot of different options off of that. I told you about the 8 different things we could do off the weak side. But the key is that there's strong side and weak side action all the time. Strong side and weak side action. There's never anybody standing around. All right. Now we have the backdoor step, which we call the 3 pass. In other words, if we have a defender that's sitting out on that 3, and we look, we can't get that 3 to the ball because he's overplaying. Then that 4 steps in, we pass to the 4, and then that 3 backdoors into a layup and gets to what they call the backdoor step. And then there's other action. Again, he comes down, does that rebound cut screen. If we don't give that ball out, we can do a dribble weave to the guy coming over the top, and there's other actions going on. But again, we would not call that. It's strictly from a read, from the 2-man reading that the 3-man has been overplayed, and now that steps up. The big man who can see, the weak side wing who can see everything now steps in, and we start that action. And the last action is the 4-pass. The classic 2-pass to the corner or 4-pass. The classic Tex Winter action is for him to cut through, where we can look on that cut, or he can hold if he's got a mismatch, but basically he's clearing through. The 5 comes on over, sets a ball screen. We come on over the ball screen with the ball. 3 flares away, 4 steps in. If we got action there on the flare, whatever, then we do. If not, we swing, go on top, come back. And again, what are we in? We're in triangle. Then all of a sudden we can go to a 1-pass, so we can go to a 2-pass, so we can go to a 3-pass. So again, you can see how the action can continue all the time. Action can continue all the time. So those are the basic passes that we teach the triangle, teach the import on the first day. But now, how do you initiate into that triangle? So that's only a very, very minute part. It's the basic action of the triangle, but a very minute part of the triangle. Am I boring everybody yet?
Nope. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Coach.
Let's move it back. So basically, how do you take the ball out of bounds and bring the ball up? You see the Lakers and the Bulls, they bring the ball up with a 2-guard front. When I first started running the triangle, I didn't know that back in '92. I tried to run it with a 1-guard front. And all we did was bring that guard down and get him into that position here, and then we would run. And what would happen is that the players would always come down in the same position, and we would run the same 4 options every time, and it got very predictable. And this is what happens to teams who try to run the triangle. They oftentimes just get to this basic level, and it's not enough. It's just not enough. And then they get stuck, and then they go, oh, this isn't working. Then they end up going back to what they do, which is more comfortable. So if you're going to run an offense like this, you've got to have a breakthrough. You've got to be able to break through and say, okay, what do we need to do to make this better? So what Tex would do is he would come back and he would set up into a 2-1-2 set, a 2-3 set. Now, he could be there 2-3 depending on your 5-man. Your 5-man would get down on the floor and he would set up here. Now, Pau Gasol, he would set up here. Andrew Bynum, he would set up here. Shaq, obviously, would set up here. We had Pochwinyo. We liked him up tight because he was such a good passer in the Alaska team. Or Ping. We had Ping play up high, especially when he was being guarded by Jumar Fajardo, because that would pull Jumar up and we could always release pressure. And he basically is the pressure release guy. Sorry. All right. So now, all right, this is the position. And it's important to notice the 1 and 2. The 1 has the ball. Let's not get the 1 with the ball. The 2 is in what we call the lag position. He always plays the lag position to replace, to battle pressure. And it seems like such a small thing in the offense, but that's probably one of the most crucial things you can do with this whole set, and something that Tex always talked on. I always made a big deal about the idea of the lag man. He always has to be in the lag position. We call him the lag man because he's always slightly lagging behind the ball carrier. So just now, the application of the triangle is basically the same here. All right, darn it. It's basically the same. You have a pass to any of the 4 players. Oops, what am I touching there? Any of the 4 players. So again, they're spaced out. So if I pass to the wing, which is the normal strong side fill, I would go into the triangle here. That's how I would initiate. The 5 would drop into his line of deployment on the triangle. The 3 would go into the weak side wing, and the 2 would fill to the top. And again, now you've got your 1, 2, 3, 4 passes. All right. Now you can do that over and over and over again, but pretty soon what's going to happen is defenses are going to get smart, and they're going to put a defensive man in case deny that pass. All right. So now you're coming down the floor, and that pass is being denied. Okay. So if that's being denied, now we go to our center, what we call their center release. Tex had a different name for it. I can't remember what it was, but we call it center release. And whenever the center would see that the guy is up and overplaying, we step up for it, then he would step up for the ball. We would throw it straight to the 5. 4-man would break, backdoor, see if we get a backdoor cut, layup. If we didn't get that backdoor cut, layup, then this is the action would go. 3 would back off to release pressure. 1 and 2 would split over the top. 2 would come right off the tail of 1. All right. 1 would now continue into the post, or 4 would go into the post. He would go to the corner, but we like to put the guard in there because we had good guards who could post up. All right. So there was a handoff action here. If there was no handoff, there was a swing. Now what happens? 5 turns, comes down, screens. We look at this action coming off here. We don't have it coming back. Now what are we in? We're in our triangle again. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can run our passes. And note, 5 is no longer in the post. He's now on the weak side. All right. 4 is no longer on the weak side. He's now in the corner. The point guard or the lead guard is now at the post. So we have moved all the players around. All right. And so how do you prepare for that? If you go in and just prepare for those 4, I'm talking about defensively or scouting wise, if you go in and prepare for those 4 passes, and that's all you're going to do, you've got to prepare for everybody in every position if you're going to battle this 2-2-1, what we call our basic working position. So, okay, back to the basic working position. So again, those were another one. Just going to show you quick a couple other ones. This is what we call a lag. We would come down here. If this was denied and we couldn't get it into the 4, then we would swing it back to the 2, back to the 1. He would pack up, boom. All right. 2 would race to the corner on a cut. Maybe we get him open on that cut and get him to the basket. Now, this is the Michael Jordan where everybody says, how does Michael get to the post all the time? Well, Michael would be on the strong side. If he's on the strong side and they lag, now Michael would come off that screen right here, high or low, and come into the post, and he would get the ball in the block. All right. And then the 1 would fill out. And again, what are we in? We're in the triangle now with the 3 in the post. And the 4 is up high rather than down in the corner. So the 1 is on top. So again, the players have moved. And that's the beauty of the basic working position. Initiates into the triangle, but puts different people into the triangle. And sometimes different people, depending on if you're big or small, can create different counters of what you might do defensively. So these are the things that the triangle that I love so much about the triangle. And when we try to go away from the triangle a little bit, these are some of the things that we didn't want to lose. And there were some things that we lost, and I'll talk about that again just a little later. One last one, we did the pass to the wing, we did the pass to the center, we did the lag pass back to the off guard, and then we have the weak side wing. If that's denied, if this guy is denied, we pass here. Again, another backdoor action. You can see how much backdoor action there is in the triangle. He would come in through here. 1 would go over the top for a handoff. If they hand off and they go into 2-man action, and if not, they swing. He swings the ball over. 5 settles into the post. Again, 4 comes down. We have that pin down coming up. We can curl, come out, player back, but he comes up. And again, what are we in? We're in the triangle again. So these are the things that we did with the import to try to explain how we would get into the triangle. And we start with the 4 passes, and then we move back to the basic working position, and then try to explain the triangle there. Now, obviously we don't have time to go through the drills and stuff that we did to try to teach the triangle. We had so many breakdown drills that we would go to try to hone in on the habits and the repetitions that we'd have to go through. But what we did, in fact, do a lot was once you break it down, you get guys to create some habits. It's really important to teach this whole method rather than part method. And I know a lot of people come up to me who I want to got people who run the triangle or try to run a triangle. They always ask me, do you run it part method or do you run it whole method? And I asked Tex that too. And Tex said the best way to run it was really whole method, but there are some things you needed to do that were part method in terms of small little details that need to be done. But generally, whole method was better because you needed to see, 5 guys on the floor interacting or 4 guys. We did a lot of our drills with 4 men. We did a lot of 4-on-4 drills that emulated the triangle that we did over and over and over again. I must tell you that I'm not a scrimmaging coach. We never just got the ball and ran up and down. Everything we did was from a half-court level, or we would do, 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, 5-on-5s, 5-on-5-on-5s, I was saying, or 4-on-4-on-4s, and things of that nature, where everything was done in a set. And we did that primarily because we wanted to create a habit where we were always getting back on defense. We didn't want to have a really up and down type of offense where we couldn't get back on defense, or a scrimmaging where we weren't getting back on defense, because that really was the priority for us. We actually built backwards. Our teams through the years always built from defense to offense. We didn't build offense to defense. In other words, we decided, what is our priority? Our priority is getting a settled defense. That's what we want to do. We always want to have a settled defense. And how do you define a settled defense? That's 5-man back and in man-u ball position and defensive stance and accounting for a player. Now, you may not always be in your matchup, the one you're at, but you accounted for a player, and that's what we would call a settled defense. So our goal, every possession, was to have a settled defense. And so we built everything from there into our, we wanted, how are we going to get a settled defense from our offense? How are we going to be able to get back? And that's what the triangle was so great for us, is because it played at a tempo that allowed us to always get back on defense, So we always thought defense first and then thought offense. Okay, now.
Coach Tim, hi,
yes,
good evening. We have a question from Mr. Ronald Lazenby. He's in attendance now. He's asking if it seems to Ronald Lazenby. He wrote the autobiography of Michael Jordan.
Roland, you're here. I thought you had a program going on today. That's awesome that you're here. Great. That's awesome that he's here. Wow. I mean, he knows it better than anybody. We should have him on here talking. Certainly not me. You should be talking, Roland, not me. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. His
question is, it seems to me that even in today's game, the triangle would produce a strong volume of good three-point shots. Is that not correct?
Yes. I mean, towards the later parts of the Lakers, they ended up taking a lot of threes. The Bulls were starting to take a lot of threes in 95, 96. If you talk to Tex, he will say the offense is designed for 15 to 18 feet. That was always the thought. It was you get your shots from 15 to 18 feet. But there's no reason, especially how defenses started pressuring up and how defenses started to allow, try to get up, and you could spread them out farther and farther more and get three-point shots. But in all honesty, that's one of the reasons we started to try to expand on the triangle a little bit, so we could actually get a few more three-point shots. We started doing Warriors cuts, which again, I'll talk about a little later. We started doing Warriors cuts instead of rebound cut screens, only because we wanted to have a little bit more movement and a little bit more spread offense. We weren't working, if I go back to that 2-pass and that action, if you go back to the screen here, we used to say we had that rebound cut screen that would come down and we'd step off, and now we come off that screen. What would happen oftentimes, we felt we got bunched and we kind of lost our tempo there. And so what we started doing, and later on, is that we started doing what we call a Warriors cut. We took this from the Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors. We did a Warriors cut where as soon as we made that pass, we dived down and sat at this pot right here. And that would be a spacing position for us. And that would be a Warriors cut. And now the read would be, and then this guy would replace straight up. So now that we would have better spacing and more spacing at the net. Sorry. And then this guy could either go back to the corner, or he could go back to this corner, or if this guy's popped out or there's action going on, he could jump into the post right here. But this would be coming down what we call a read spot off the Warriors cut. And that's something we developed to try to get more spread from the triangle. Just little things that we try to do, but we want to keep the triangle intact and do a lot of the things that we've done before. But yes, it would. The only thing that I think, Roland, that hurts the triangle in today's game is the 2-beat pace that the offense is known for. And also, it's very hard to try to set up into the 2-guard front all the time now with the way the ball is being pushed up the floor. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it. And we did it up to 2016. We're still very successful in winning championships. And the only reason I went on to changing it a little bit is because of personnel. Basically, we lost our big man to an injury, Greg Slaughter. And we decided to try to do something a little different. But I kind of lost my train of thought there. But it really came down to the fact that we wanted to keep the triangle, but we needed to make some changes to it just to try to keep up with the pace. And I think that's where the problem the Knicks had, looking back on it, aside from the fact when they tried to run the triangle, they weren't committed. That was the number one thing. And number two, they just didn't know, they couldn't get their players to buy into the pace, because it takes a lot of discipline to understand the pace. And especially now in today's game where everything is just flying up and down the floor. And it's hard to get guys to buy in and say, look, we do this, we're going to be a lot more successful, when they're looking at other teams being successful the way they are. I don't know if that answered your question, Roland.
Roland is with us. Roland?
Oh, this is fascinating. I just want to say, Tex Winter's watching from heaven.
Oh, thank you, Roland. Go ahead, Roland.
I just want to say, he would be fascinated by your innovation, and it just would be so special to him.
Well, it's funny you say that. I was going to say this later in the talk. I don't know, I hope I have time. Maybe I can say it now. It'll be great since you brought it up. But when I went, again, 23 years of running the triangle, and then I decided to try to do something different. The first thing I thought about was Tex Winter. I felt so guilty at first, moving away from the triangle. But then after a while, thinking about him and knowing him like I did, he was such an innovator. And then I started thinking, instead of being guilty about it, I started being proud of it, because I felt, yeah, Tex would like this. Yeah, Tex would like that. And there's times in the game when we do something, and I say to myself immediately, I go, oh, Tex would have loved that. Or Tex would have said something about that. If we do something really stupid, I say, oh, Tex would have made a smart remark about that. So,
yes.
he's always on my mind, really, truly.
Thank you so much for joining us, Roland. We were great fans also of your books. Thank you so much for joining the panel. Again, Coach Tim, you can continue.
I don't want to stop Coach from talking. I just wanted to make that point.
All right.
Oh, thanks, Roland. Go ahead. You have something?
I'm here.
All right. You can continue with your presentation, Coach.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Roland.
Again, I don't know if everybody caught all this, but maybe I can kind of enhance it with some video. So let me see if I can get to my video here. You guys gonna have to tell me if I'm doing this right. I'm back on, right?
Yes, you're back on,
Okay.
Coach.
Okay, here we go. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. All right. Now you can see, if you look at the top, it says one pass, then repost. And there's a little bit of a description of what we're going to be looking at. I'll try to go through them. I know we're running out of time already. I went so long, but I'll try to get through these quickly. You know, this is me. I can't shut up.
You have we have one more hour, Coach.
Huh?
You have one more hour. Don't worry.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're on for 2 hours.
I probably need 3, so 4. All right. Me, I can't shut up. A player just asked me, when can you ever shut up, Coach? All right, here we go. So you can see the triangle being formed here. All right. Now, you saw that one pass, and again, if I go back a little bit, if I can get back there a little bit. There's, you see PJ in the corner, PJ Simon running and doing that speed cut. All right, there's the cut. Now, Joe Devanch, number 38, should have come down to the free spot and get that screen from Alex Magliari coming down to set that screen. He didn't do that. This doesn't mean he's wrong. He just chose to do something different. He was going to come and back pick for Marcus Blakely right here. But Blakely took off and went over and did for a handoff. So then we get the ball back in. And again, this is, you know, you want to have perfect execution of the triangle, but the beauty of the triangle is there's so many counters. So now you see Pinger's back and getting the isolation on the repost. The next one will be a little bit better, I think. Here we go. Here's a one pass. This looks like it's going to be a 2 pass, but actually we haven't formed the triangle yet. Now PJ goes to fill in the triangle to the corner. Mark is kind of indecisive here. James Yap tells him to go up. So Mark goes up. Now here's the 1 pass. Now watch Mark Baroka on the top. This is a very key component of the triangle in that 1 pass action. See the way he steps off? He didn't quite step off enough, but see the way his first initial move was to step off. Now you see Marcus coming down to screen on James Yap. PJ again going on that speed cut along the corner, or Alex, I'm not sure who that is. And then there's the pass. And this is a nice Michael Jordan type move right there, where you would get Michael on that weak side, 2 screens down. Michael could go baseline or he could go over the top. But again, that was the 1 pass action that I talked about earlier. I hope I'm not going through here too fast. Again, there's the pass and a strong side fill. Alex is going to fill to the corner. And then there's, again, the 1 pass into Ping. And we always say if the 1 pass is available, give it to the 1 pass. That's what we want to do. That was our priority pass. If that was our first open man, be sure and give it. So again, you watch Mark, see the way he comes on over. He's coming over here. His job is to get over. And then now he has to slide back to open up this room for PJ to come right there. He didn't quite slide back enough, but now you see PJ there. Okay, we're going to break down at this point, go into a single high. I wasn't real pleased with this play, but it worked. So I'm going to take credit for it, say that was great coaching. But that was off a breakdown off the 1 pass. All right, here's another corner fill again. You see his corner filling. Marcus going into that weak side wing. Pressure's out high, so we're out high. Rafi is out high in the line of deployment. There's the pass over the top. All right, not there. Now with a 2-man game, you can see on that weak side action going on right here, PJ decides to backdoor right here and go into the block. That was one of his favorite plays. He liked to get it because he was such a great post-up guard. He liked to get into that post-up there, right there. And now you see the screen on the backside with Rafi and James on the weak side. And again, we have a tendency to always focus on the ball. And the one thing about the triangle that I loved was that there was always weak side movement going on. So here's the weak side movement going on over here. You see Rafi coming into the seal, kind of sealing off the guy from the help. James popping back out. And then there's the layup by Mark Baroka off the pick and roll. And that's just classic 2-pass, handoff into the pick and roll. And we probably did that, 20, 30 times a game. Again, now Mark is handling the ball, and he's going to go into the corner. Again, they're extended. So if they're extended, that means our big man, you see our big man at the 5 position, he's extended as well. We react to the defense. If they extend, we extend. And you can see we're extended out on the offense now. Now we get the handoff right back. All right. He's going to be, again, you see the weak side action going on the backside. Look at the weak side action. All right. And then the duck in by Rafi right here off the weak end. and then again off the action. And that all came off the 2-pass handoff. Again, this is all triangle stuff. This was actually the finals against Talkative. And again, 2-pass action, pass to the top, pass over here to the weak side. This time he holds it instead of handing it off. You see the action on the backside here. And now he'll throw it into the block, get the ball on the block. We did this with our big guards a lot. Didn't make a good move. Although we did get a score there. We did a lot of that with our big guards. Joe DeVance liked to do that off that play a lot. And James and PJ would do that a lot. Bone Hawkins would do that a lot as well. JoJo in the triangle. For those of you who know all the names. Again, 2-pass. And see, now it's denied out. They denied it out. So now he's going to look back weak side. There's the pass. You'll see Marcus Blakely break back to the corner to open up the post pass right here. And you see the weak side screen down. So there's action going down over there as well. And now they're going to do a split rather than a third cut screen right here. And we're going to get the wide open 3-pointer that we don't make. But still, the action was good. We made some good action on that play. So again, that's the 2-pass. We're still in the 2-pass action. Again, you can see we don't have to get all the way into the triangle formations for us to understand what we're doing. You can see that Rafi Rivas has not got to the post action, the post position yet, and yet we're still initiating our offense. But because they know it so well, they don't need to start it off in exact position all the time. So Rafi's going to go down. Here's the 2-pass action. You can see it off here, where again, that rebound cut screen where Alex Maliari is sitting on the back of Rafi Rivas. All right, now they try to go under the screen on James. James gets that wide open 3. And if he gets a wide open 3, most of the time it's going to go in. That's why he was James Yap. But you see it again, the action on the weak side that's going on. And again, we're not calling this. We don't know we're going to do this. They're just going to go down and start reading it off the play. Go into a 2-pass. The guy who handles the ball in the pinch can hand off. He can pass to the post. He can whip to the weak side, and you'll see later where he'll get the high-low. So I think this might be the high. Yeah, here's the high-low action. This is something we did a lot. And the Bulls did this. The Lakers did this a lot with Shaq, with Robert Horry on top here on the wing and Shaq on the weak side. Or they did a lot with Paul Gasol and Andrew Bynum. You can see the action here. All right. And again, the backside action going on right there. And to see the defense, the big man's relaxed, more concerned about Marcus. So what does he do? He steps right in here, steps in, takes up the space, passes it right into the gut, and he makes a move here. Misses it again, but again, good action. Our feeling is that, we get those kind of actions and when we miss those kind of shots, if we continue to get those kind of actions, we're going to score a high percentage of those. So we don't worry too much about missing shots. For us, it's always in the triangle, it's always about the process. We never worry about the result. We never worry about where the shot's going in or out. We say that all the time. Don't worry about the shot going in and out. If it's a good shot, then we don't care whether it goes in or not. We're just looking for good shots all the time in the offense. And we really try to be process oriented. So the execution that we do in the triangle leads to a good shot. And that's what we're looking for all the time. Just that process of executing the triangle right, letting the offense work for us. You'll notice that the offense is working for us. We're not trying to make something happen. The offense is making something happen for us. And that's, again, one of the great differences in the triangle. Now you see the rub action. So this is from the center rub cut. The rub cut screen. This is what they call it. This is where Joe DeVance. Look off the ball. Look to the weak side here again. You'll see. Is that PJ coming off? Oh no, it's Alex. And now see how Joe will rub off of the center right there. He'll rub off and boom, he gets that rub. That's what we call a center rub cut. He rubs right off the center. So, okay, that's enough for the, here's what we call a button hook. Well, this is what we did a lot. You'll see that Joe right now, our 6'7" player, is really our natural power forward. He is playing the backcourt for us. He is naturally our initiator. But with Alex also, you can see how big our backcourt was back then. Alex Maliari is about 6'4", and Joe is 6'7". those two guys were the ones who were the initiators from the offense in the backcourt. And the smaller guys, James and PJ, they played the wings out front because they were more of the scorers. And you think about, the Chicago Bulls, Scotty, the natural small forward, he was the initiator, so Michael could go up the floor and be the scorer. And in the Lakers, Lamar Odom oftentimes was the initiator, so Kobe could go up and be the scorer up front and not have to waste all of his energy bringing the ball up the floor. So we took a lot of that from Tex and Phil Jackson and try to use that here. And Joe was Joe's been with me for 11 years. He's the tall player in the backcourt, and he basically played our point guard for 11 years through the triangle, being 6'7", which is quite large in our league. So now you see a button hook action going in. That means we button hooked around. It's from a football term. That's a Tex Winter term, using the button hook to relieve pressure. That's taking the ball from one side to the other side of the floor and creating a triangle from the other side. So here we are now. You see Joe's on top now. So here, he's going to come in. And again, you see the action going. There's going to be a stop because there's going to be a foul on the backside. But Joe's going to come in and set that quick ball screen right on Marcus right here, as you can see. But then there's a foul, and so the play doesn't develop. But again, that's something Joe could have done. He could have gone over the top. He could have gone to the screen. Okay, here we are playing Ginebra, my current team. This is the 3-pass action we were talking about. This is called the backdoor step. I love that term, the backdoor step. Tex had a lot of nice terms, backdoor step. I didn't know that until many years later. That's what they called it. I always call it the 3-pass. He had terms like blind pig, and that he told me later on that it was really about a blind pick. He was yelling blind pick, and they thought he was saying blind pig. And so that action, which I don't have on video, but that action turned into being called blind pig through the years. Anyway, so here we go now, the 3-pass. So there's the step up, the back door, and we work on that pass a lot, that little dump pass right there. Didn't quite get it clean. This is not a good play by Alain Maliksi. He forced his shot up, never should have had that one, but he was playing against the point guard, so he had a 3 or 4 inch size advantage. He really wanted that one. But here we go through it. There's the lag pass, the one I was talking about earlier that would get Michael Jordan to the side. So we lag it across the line. Now the Mark Baroka goes to the corner, and now you see James, imagine him being Michael, coming off that screen and now going into the block. And that's how they would get Michael into that post-up action right there, where he gets that turnarounds all the time. But so everyone wondered how Michael get into that. Oftentimes it was through that. Now we have, again, the back door off the 3-pass. We didn't quite have the denial there. But again, you see the action going on over here. There's the pass. They screw up the screen here. Got a wide open look to the corner from that action on the backside. What happens oftentimes in defense is when you have a strong side action, they stand around on the weak side and watch the play. They get ball watched. And that's what the triangle always took advantage of. Always took advantage of you ball watching that backside. So we always want a strong side action and weak side action. Here we go, another 3-pass right there. There's a nice back door. That's when we got him. He was out denying that. They try to take that 2-pass away because basically they're denying the pass to Marcus. They don't want our import to get the ball. So they start denying that 2-pass on top, and that allows Marcus to step hard to the ball, and then we get something like this. We didn't get the layup. We missed the layup again. And of course, Ping is there for the rebound. He's always there for the rebound. Incredible energy and rebounding guy and defender. Look at him go at it again. Almost gets it again. And I'll talk about Ping and Joe in a minute. Here we go again. 3-pass. This time it's Ping coming up. You got Marcus at the post. No, that's Rafi. Sorry. And now we call what we do a guard over. Rather than, if we had a guard making that pass, rather than go down and do that the rub cut screen, he now comes over the top and gets that guard over right there, and we can get into a quick single high. We didn't run a lot of single highs, but it was always in the offense. We could have run it through certain actions, but it's just something we didn't rely on. And of course, that's a mainstay of all basketball today, is that single high out top. but you can see the action going on. We get it right here. But it wasn't something that we relied on. We weren't really more of a pick and roll team. We were more of a, as you can see, we were more of a pass and cut and weak side screen type of team. And that's what the triangle brought to us. So it made us a lot different from a lot of other teams. And there's the foul and the pass off the 3 pass. Guard over. And now the last pass, the 4 pass. So Ping has the option to do one. He can screen up and then he can screen up again. We call it double up pick. So he up picks and up picks. Or he can, his other action, and we'll read that, or his other action is to come on over and screen for Joe. Again, we don't know what Ping's going to do. It's really on him. He's supposed to see what the defense is and see where his teammates are and make that decision. And then we read off of what he does. So you can see him making the screen high up here. There's the screen down. Again, we get our guard and do a mismatch down in here, but we didn't. Again, got a bad shot up. Come on, Alex, make your move. Didn't quite get what we wanted. Look at that. Who's there for the rebound again? Mr. Pingris. Man, he was special.
Of course, yeah. Dennis Rodman of the Philippines.
Yeah, without the baggage. Without the baggage.
Yeah, of course,
and,
of course.
And Carmen Electra and all that other stuff. Ping wasn't like that. But he was Dennis Rodman without the baggage, which made him almost the perfect player. Really one of the all-time greats in my mind. And he would take on any assignment, didn't matter. Again, you see Joe in the backcourt now handling the ball. And we're going to throw it to another 4 pass here. We're going to wait for it to settle. Now we're going to go here, and you'll see the big man, instead of going up, he'll now step over. Now Ping this time will go into the ball screen. And then we got Alex going strong, getting to his left hand, which was a good read by Ping because it was Alex, and Alex could get over that screen with his left hand. He was so strong going left. So that was a very good read by Ping. And that's, again, the process of the triangle, understanding what your players did, and that gave you the options to do those kind of things. I think we have one more. 4 pass to the ball screen. Here's the 4 pass. Here we go, right here. Now you see Mark on top. Again, we all have a tendency to look at the ball, but this is the action, the triangle that Mark has to do to make this triangle work. If he just stands there, then we can't get back into our triangle. But you see, he flares and giving room now to make that turn into the corner. But because he's overplaying it, now we reverse back, get the ball back in. You see PJ cutting in from the weak side, catching the ball here. And again, he misses the shot. I got a lot of missed shots in this thing. Hard to believe we scored, huh? But again, that was the actions. And those are all the 1, 2, 3, and 4. We went into them 1, 2, 3, and 4. And again, I want to emphasize, and again, this is the beauty of the offense. We never called any of this. It was never called. I never called play number 1 or 3 or 5. Sometimes, and there were times when we would choreograph an offense. We would choreograph the first 5 plays of the game and kind of come out and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, first 5 plays. And that will just kind of set a tone for us to execute, get into mood of execution. And sometimes we go, okay, the first play, we're going to go 1 pass. Second place, we're going to go 2 pass. The third play, we'll probably go 2 pass with a pinch screen, something like that. And we would choreograph. Then after that, it would be wide open. It's on you guys. You guys go ahead and run what. But it sort of gave us that energy and that idea of coming out and trying to execute to start the basketball game. Hopefully that carries over for the whole 48 minutes. We're in an execution mode rather than just come out and go bat out of hell. So we would do that at times, especially if we're coming off a tough loss, so we're kind of losing control. We're not, looking for the triangle as much as we can. That's some of the things that we would do, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 pass. I didn't even get into really to the basic working position. Basic working position is a whole new level of the triangle. I still want to get you into the 4 basic passes. But as Tex, I think Phil Jackson, again, said in The Last Dance, I think it was episode 2, maybe, I'm not sure. I should write these things down. But he was talking about the triangle, and he said there were 32 different options of the triangle. And basically, that's true. You could come down at any one time run one of 32 different options in the offense, which makes it, I mean, I just don't know of an offense in which you can do that. And you don't even call the option. It just comes out and you just do it naturally. And you do it according to what the defense gives you. So 32 times down the floor, in theory, you could do a different option every time down. You could initiate differently every time down the floor into your offense. Amazing, amazing thing. All right, let me go to a thing. There's a site. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for a minute. There's a site on the internet. It's called the Triangle Offense. It's written by an American Korean. I understand he's pure-blooded Korean. We've spoken, but I've never really met him. Named Jun Kim. I got that right? And he wrote a brilliant website about the Triangle Offense and about Tex, and he broke down Laker video, he broke down Chicago Bulls video. He goes through all the complex actions that the triangle does, not just the 1, 2, 3, 4. He has stuff on that too, but he goes through all of the complex, and it's a brilliant site. And I often use it as a teaching tool, only because if you think about it, when an import would come in and I'm saying, you know, I'm a coach from Manila, and he's coming in and he's been coached by Rick Pitino or, you know, Dean Smith, and I've got to turn around and tell him, well, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to run the triangle. And he's like, what? And so what I would do is that I would go and get him a triangle. I would go get video from June Kim's site, and I would use that as my thing to show him, because it was one thing if I was doing it, if I was teaching them how to do it. There's another thing if you know, showing our players do it. But if you watch Kobe do it, or you watch Michael do it, or you watch, you know, Shaq do it, it was a whole new thing. So I used to steal a lot of his stuff and show it. Can anybody see what I'm showing right now? No?
It's on your folders now. So
It's
click
my
on.
folder again.
Yeah,
Okay.
click on the
All
thing,
right, let me try it again.
and then
There it is. Okay. Is that working?
yes. Is
Is it?
working?
Okay, you can read it yourself here. On Tuesday, January 7th, the Lakers executed every aspect of the triangle offense. And I've taken this straight from June Kim's website. And I used to take this, I used to show it to imports. I even went through and showed it to our team probably 6 or 7 times. I know I showed it to the Never when I came to the team. I showed it to Pure Foods when I came to the team, and I've shown it just about every import we've ever had. But again, you'll see it, and we won't go too, we'll kind of do it a little quickly. But again, it's kind of the same stuff that we looked at, but now you get to see it. And this is the strong side entry. So he's filling to the strong side. So you got a strong side fill, it goes to the corner. And then he has the 2 pass to the post, which is the 1 pass in our vernacular. But in Laker vernacular, that would have been the 2 pass to the post. And then he has what he calls an action zone speed cut. And you'll see it here. So I go through, here we go. So he fills, see Lamar Odom again for handling the ball. He's the ball handler. Derek Fisher getting in. There's the 3rd cut screen. And now you see Andrew Bynum, you know, trying to force his way in and get a score. But again, the idea is to occupy the other guys with movement so that Bynum can make that score. Now, again, here's another one. Lakers bringing the ball. Again, you see the lag position of Derek Fisher flying behind. You see Odom coming into the weak side wing. They're going to fill, and this is what they call a strong side fill. He passes, and he's going to go into the corner. I'm not sure if that's Brown or not. And now there's the 1 pass again, straight into Powell. And you'll see them come on over. Now he does a guard squeeze. This is one I didn't show. This is a guard squeeze. Instead of coming to screen for Odom, he screens for Fisher on top. I think that's Fisher on top. All right, and now there's a second screen to Odom. And again, you see how they're occupying the defenders here. Now that gives Powell a chance to go one-on-one. They don't even see it happening. Powell gets up, misses, gets the rebound, puts it in. Makes it look simple, no? It just looks so simple. But strong side entry, now strong side finish. Again, N2 post with a rebound. Rebound cut screen or rebound screen cut. Again, there's the 2 guard front. You'll see he passes up. Now he'll pass and he'll push the other guy to the wing. And he'll send him all the way to the corner. So now you'll see, right now you see the triangle being formed. The weak side, I think that's Andrew Bynum on the weak side. That's Kobe on top. All right. And now they'll pass, go fill the corner. And now they're looking for that one pass. There it is. There's the triangle, one pass triangle. Now they're going to split off that one pass triangle. And you saw we did that earlier with Marcus Blakely. There's the split. There's the shot. He made his. We missed ours. Now we go to the 2 pass to the top. So I wanted to show what we were doing. So now it makes a little bit more sense when you see the Lakers. Is it making more sense now when you watch the Lakers do this stuff? I'm hoping that's the case. So here's the N2 to the top. That's what we called our 2 pass. So again, you see the lag position. You see them getting to their basic working position. There's the pass, and there's the fill to the corner. So now strong side corner again. You see Lamar Odom on top this time. Who's on backside? Kobe Bryant's on the backside. It's denied out. So he's going to reverse back to the other side and then quick back into to Bynum. Bam. And then they're going to get a foul. And quick through. So it was designed to go to Kobe on the backside, but because the action was on the continues on the weak side, you can reverse the ball back and have action going on. Now this is interesting because the triangle is a scramble. You can scramble, especially in this day when we used to reset the 24-second clock. But you could always scramble into. You see the fast break. Here's the fast break. They don't have the fast break. So what do? They go back. They scramble. Now they're not in the triangle yet, but look, watch them scramble in the triangle. Boom, stand, right there. Now they're in the triangle. Odom's in the post. They got the corner guy in the wing, guy on top, pinch guy. So boom, right into the pinch, right here. Almost gets the steal, but turn around, boom, yeah. But the point of that action was to see them try to get something right away. Don't have it scramble in the triangle. You're always in the offense. So that was the beauty of the triangle. You're always in the offense. You can always scramble into it and get 1, 2, 3, 4 passes right away. You could make a pass and get an action, an organized action right away, rather than just kind of figure it out or run to a pick and roll or maybe throw it into a post or have somebody go one-on-one. You always had an organized offense to run. That's what the beauty of the triangle. So again, there's the fill, boom, pass, looking back on the weak side. Again, you see the rebound cut screen coming off the top. There's the pass over, spread, shot. He missed it. See, the Lakers missed too, not just us. I'm not going to go through the terminology because it can get quite confusing because I use different terminology than they do. But you'll see him, instead of going to the corner now, Derek Fisher will do what they call a basket cut. And then he sets a screen. He didn't do quite the basket cut. But you can see they're still not initiated the triangle yet. They're not in triangle formation, but they are going to get into it. Watch. Now, they swung it. Now, Powell's going to go through and get into the, oops, what happened? I hit something. Oh, no, just stop it. Oh, no.
It's
Did I
right.
do something wrong there?
You forwarded.
Did
Okay.
I forward it? Oh, I forwarded quite a bit, huh? Okay, sorry. Let me go back. I hit the wrong button. Here we go. Fisher signals. Okay, here we go. Now we're back. All right, they haven't formed the triangle yet. Okay, they haven't initiated it yet. Now the triangle's initiated. Now from here, they can go into their 1, 2, 3, or 4 pass because they're in position. There's the 3 pass right here. And there's the dribble weave off the 3 pass. They run into each other. All right, give it to Bynum, let him dunk it. I'm wondering if you guys are seeing the action. You know, I've seen it so many times and I've seen this stuff so much that I take it granted for all the stuff that I see. And There's the triangle form, and now that's the 3-pass. Again, there's the backdoor step, what they call the backdoor step. Didn't get it, face up, boom. And that's a shot that we practice. We practice that shot in our breakdowns where we flash to the ball, right there. Then we reverse pivot off the thing. We opened up. Now we reverse pivot. We can look at Pau Gasol if he's going to steal there, or we can look weak side. And if they're going, see, he's going to go back and help on that back door. That opens it up for Odom, and Odom takes that shot. Simple 16-footer right there. And that's a shot that we work on.
Coach, do you practice also for bigs and small? That flash shot, just for the sake of the attendees. That flash on the breakdown.
We normally work it with the bigs because the bigs are the ones that usually are in that position. The guards do it as well, but we usually do it with the bigs because the bigs are usually the ones at that weak side position. And we do it off of what we call our eight action breakdowns on our pinch action. So that's one of the breakdowns that we do, and we have that shot where we flash it, turn, reverse pivot, and jump shot.
Got you, Coach.
So that's the shot that we do work on. Now we get to see a little bit of pick and roll action with the Lakers. The Lakers didn't live off the pick and roll much either in the triangle. Again, they're not in the triangle yet. Now they are in the triangle. See, there's the triangle. All right. Now you see him go to the four pass, the corner pass. All right. There's the back pick, and here's the pick and roll. And you can see Powell step up and back pick on the shooter right there. And he decides to go one-on-one off that ball screen. But again, that's all off the 3-pass. And everybody thinks it's just a ball screen, but it's all off the triangle. It's amazing how much the Bulls and Lakers got off their offense, just their execution. So again, the 3-pass, there we go. That was what I was talking about. When you make that cut through, you're always looking to see that guy. We get that pass a lot. Obviously, it's a good pass for a big man who cuts through like that, and he's able to get the easy dunk. Ariel, if you think that I'm going too fast, you want me to repeat something? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all right, Coach. Good.
Okay. I'll just stay with the tempo. Here we go again. There's the pass to the wing and the fill across, and now you see him doing what we call a guard away. So instead of going into the corner, he does a guard away, or the text term would be solo cut. It's called a solo cut, but we call it guard away because the guard would go away, and that would allow us to get into a single post, or instead of a triangle post, we get into a single post. And so this allows us to get into a single post. So this is great when you have a guy like Greg or a really strong import. You could play off the single post here, give him some isolations. You see, now they're in position. You can see him spot up. Obviously, they did this a lot with Shaq when they were running the triangle. So again, this is all done. If you see it again, remember in the beginning of this video, this was all done in one game. So this is all stuff done in one game. The stuff I showed you that we did with the Sam Mix stuff, that was also done all in one game. All that action we showed was all done in one game. Oops, sorry, someone's calling. Here's the solo cut again. This is a very interesting action here. I wouldn't call it, it's also the solo cut off the cut. And then they just did a split over the top. But again, just shows the versatility of the triangle. You can get into single posts. You can get into cuts off and stuff like that. You don't have to be, the 4 passes all the time. The initiation allows you to do other things. And that's the great beauty. You have UCLA cuts. Scottie Pippen was a master UCLA cut with the Chicago Bulls. He would do a UCLA cut into the triangle, usually into a Michael Jordan pick and roll. See the split. Again, the 2-man game. And off. Again, that's all off the triangle. They're going to show you some additional setups. Here's what he called the blind pig with the solo cut. There, off that. That's the weak side action off the basic working position. There's the backdoor action, then over the top. So this is stuff that we would get all the time, that we would try to look for and get on the time in our triangle. This is much more advanced stuff, but I thought it'd be fun to show it, just to show the advance. Again, you can see Lamar Odom in the backcourt playing the off guard position, and Derek initiating. There's the quick screen, what we call a quick screen right there. You watch Lamar Odom will now flare off that quick screen. That's a cool key action. And then if they swing to Lamar, they swung it back. But if you swing to Lamar, who's down here in the post but Kobe? So that would go to Lamar and then down into Kobe. But they reversed it back and went back to the other side, which is all part of it. And there's the three-point shot Roland Lazenby was talking about. Now we see the lag pass. This is the lag pass where he's going to go and pass to the off guard. He'll lag it back. He'll come up, lag it back. He'll go to the corner. They'll swing it over. Now you have that action coming off that weak side screen right into the post. Boom, right there. He gets a layup. If you don't get it, he settles into the post and they get into their triangle. But he does a quick pass out. And again, that's all off the triangle right there. It's triangle action off the lag pass, off the basic working position. Again, another fast break. Well, they try to get a fast break. Here they come with a fast break. They don't have it. All right, little ball screen here. And now they get back. Now what? Here they are. Back in action. Back in triangle action again. But he's going to try to go. And this is something we actually taught our imports to take advantage of. We put a guy on top, shooter on top, and then we would flare him as he drove. And as he drove, he would flare. And you can see how the two guys would flare out, and that would open up the lane for him, almost like a dribble drive action, and he'd be able to go in and get that shot. That's something we gave our imports opportunity to do a lot. Something we would teach them. And our guys, again, no call. He'd just do it, and our guys would read and react. This is, I think that's it. Yep. That was the end. We'll go back to two pass to the post. All right.
All right.
So that's all about the triangle. I hope I gave a little bit of a action or a little bit of a thesis about the triangle, and you get a little feel for it. And
we got a ton of questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Got some questions here. A number of our attendees are asking how the triangle would fare against the zone defense, and if there are any defenses that would.
Well, I've never been let me see my style. Okay, let me take it off. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah,
Is that better?
Yep, much better.
That was always my bugaboo. I have to admit, the zone was my bugaboo. Ironically, the triangle was originally designed, according to Tex, to play against zone. And then in later years, he developed it as an offense against man-to-man. But originally, it was against the zone. My problem, for me personally, is that I never played against the zone. In college, my coach would always yell at us, and whenever we would want to play a zone, he said, "Oh, zones are for sissies," and we would never be allowed to play a zone, so we could play a zone at all defensively. And so that's the way I was kind of raised, not to play zones. And of course, then I came to the PBA, and for the first 15 years I've been in the PBA, we were all about legal defenses. There were no zones allowed. And then all of a sudden the PBA decided, okay, let's bring zone in. And I was like, oh no, I don't know anything about zone. And the guy who really helped me doing that was Joel Benal. Joel Benal came in, and he really understood the idea of zone and taught me a lot about zones. And so we run triangle actions against the zone. We run what we call a two-pass 4-pass action against the zone. We do have various, zone offenses, but our basics, what happened to us is that we would run triangle, and then people would play zone, and then we'd want to run a zone offense, and then they'd go back to man-to-man, and then it would take us a hard time getting back into our triangle. And that was the way teams would play us for quite a while. They would change defenses on us. And so what would happen, we tried to figure out a way in which we could smoothly run from our triangle into what we call our zone triangle. So, and that was what we call a 2-pass, 4-pass action. And so we were still able to use the same formation, but we just ran what we call a 2-pass, 4-pass action, which was different from our normal 2-pass, 4-pass action in the zone, or in the man-to-man, I should say. So that's the way we battled it. It wasn't until I spent a lot of time talking to other coaches and finding out about the zone that we really were able to attack the zone much better. I'm always a big believer that the more you play against the zone, the better you get against it. I mean, it's just natural. The more you see a zone, the better you can play. If you're going to see it in first quarter, you're going to be much better in the fourth quarter when you play against that zone. Or if you played it, one game and then someone else comes out with a zone next time, even a different zone, you're still going to have that mentality. You're going to be able to attack that zone. Do we use the pure, I guess to answer your question, do we use the pure triangle actions against the zone? No, we don't. We try to change it up just a little bit to take advantage of the spacing of a zone and the gray areas of a zone and the rebounding problems that a zone has. But we do that not just with the triangle formation, but with other formations. And I think that when teams go to zone against us, we always take it as a pride thing. We always take it as, they go to zone because they can't stop our triangle. We always would say that, hey, they're going to zone because they can't stop our triangle. So that's what we would do.
Coach, we have a number of attendees also are asking this question. If you can kindly explain the moment of truth, the line of truth in the triangle.
Line of truth, moment of truth. I didn't bother too much with that. I know that was a big deal for Tex to talk about the moment of truth and the line of truth. I kind of have to put my board back up. I'm not sure if I can do that. I can try to get it back up. But the line of truth was really about when a ball handler would be forced to give up the ball. There was always a line of truth that was 6 feet in front of the ball handler. And so if he's dribbling and he has space, in other words, the defense is back, then he has the ability to bring the ball up the floor as deep as he wants. But as soon as that defensive man gets 6 feet in front of him, that becomes his moment of truth. He has to either try to get by that guy or make the pass. Most likely make the pass and start initiating the offense already. So that was the moment of truth, the idea of when to initiate the offense, how to play against pressure. And anytime a defensive man was within 6 feet, that was considered pressure in Texas book. So that was what he used as the idea of moment of truth and line of truth. The other one is line of deployment. That's the one that I always focused on. Line of deployment was the one in which the positioning of the postman in respect to the inbound to the post passer and the basket. You had to be in a line all the time, no matter if you're the guy who's going to pass you the ball, the wing was high, then you had to come higher. If the wing was low, you had to come lower. You always had to be in a line of deployment to force that defender to stay behind you. And if he tried to ride up on one side, then you would seal him and be able to get a quick, easy pass in for a quick score right into the gut of the defense. And that was one I always really tried to emphasize with the line of deployment. I always felt bad that I didn't do more about the moment of truth and that kind of stuff. I just kind of passed through it. I talked about it briefly and moved on, but I didn't really emphasize it like Tex did.
Right. Coach Louis Gonzalez is asking, which among your teams, Alaska, San Mig, or Ginebra, executed the triangle best? And who among your imports, Sean Chambers, Marcus Blakely, or Brownlee did the best job of them all?
We had a lot of guys a lot of imports that executed it well. Sean was obviously the best because he did it the longest, and he really believed in it. He had a tremendous buy-in. He really believed in the triangle, even though, he was with us before we started running the triangle. But when we brought it in, he was one of the first guys to really get that great buy-in. He was just so unselfish. And he knew it took more than one person to win basketball games, and that was his philosophy. So he was really the best at it. Marcus came in, played 2 or 3 conferences and got good at it. Justin played it really only one time. And then from there, we moved into what we call our run-out continuity, which I was going to discuss later, our kind of our expansion of the triangle. So he never really ran for any length of time their true Tex Winter triangle actions or system. Without a doubt, that Pure Foods team was really good. The one you saw, they ran it well. Marcus ran it well. But the guys that really ran it well, again, it was really about continuity and length of time and really evolving and growing with it and just really becoming second nature was the Alaska team. And actually the team that probably ran it the best was not the Grand Slam team. They ran it really well, excuse me, but it was the team in 98, 97, late 97 and 98 that really ran it to a T. That was with, I guess, Kenneth that had come in late, but he had a real natural feel. Kenneth Durandis, I'm talking about, had a real natural feel for it. He walked in and just seemed to just come to him really naturally. And a lot of players that came natural. Some players, like I talked about Tony earlier, really had a hard time with it. But for Kenneth, it was really easy. But really was that Alaska team. And again, it was because they had gone through so much trial there through, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. And that's one thing Phil Jackson always talks about was continuity. He always wanted continuity in his teams because it was so much easier to continue and evolve the triangle, because every time someone came in new, you kind of had to go back to ground zero and start all over again. And you never really was able to continue to build. That was one of the reasons I loved bringing in Dickie Simpkins.
Yeah.
We brought in Dickie Simpkins. I guess the best guy running the triangle was Dickie. And he was the only import I ever had. He was a player for the guys who don't know. He played on the championship Bulls team with Michael for 2 or 3 years, and it was on and off that team. But when he was 33, I think it was, he came over and played with us after he'd gone to Italy. And he was the only import I ever had who knew the triangle coming in, that knew the triangle basically as much or more than I did. And it was really fun to have him. Not only that, to tell the stories of all the Bulls, and it was just and he was such a tremendous person. And I know why he was on that team, because he just had a great personality. I know I've heard from Tex and everybody, he was really well loved by everybody. And they were quite upset when he was traded, I think, to Seattle for a short time and brought back, or was it Golden State? I'm not sure. But anyway, so he played with us only that conference. And then we went to he came in, made a big winning streak. And then after the winning streak, we went into the playoffs. He came in as a replacement, actually, for a guy named Leon Decker or something like that. And he only played the first 2 or 3 games, and we lost them all. And then Dickie came in. He lost our first game with him, and then we went on like a 7 or 8 game winning streak. And then we went in the playoffs, and in the first game of the playoffs, he hurt his back, and he couldn't move anymore. And we got upset by Red Bull. I remember Brian Gahol hitting a big 3-point shot to knock us out. And but that was, again, just the experience of having him on the team, hearing all the stories and being able to exchange ideas with the triangle was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed that.
Coach, we have 2 more questions before we turn it back to you for your lecture. One, this is coming from Coach Mike Reyes, who's in Cebu. Have you encountered a player who finds it
June today? Sorry.
Have you encountered a player who finds it difficult to execute the triangle? And how do you handle them who cannot get into the system? And the last question you should ask is, when is your book coming out? A lot of people are asking.
I'll tell you about that in a minute. Mike. Good seeing you, Mike, or good hearing from you, Mike. Like I said, I was just with June in a Grand Slam Zoom meeting earlier today. Who's in LA, by the way. But anyway, that's always how much time do you spend? Number one, if a player is resistant to the triangle, in other words, he doesn't want to run it, he doesn't like it. And the funny thing is, there was always a little bit of resistance in the beginning to win the triangle. But one thing I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart, when somebody played the triangle with us, whether it been a player or a bench player or a local player or an import, when they left us, they always left saying, I love the triangle. I love being a part of the triangle. There's just such a real camaraderie about the triangle. And that's the beauty of it all. It really develops a lot of camaraderie because of the equal sharing, and everybody's alert and everybody's involved. You don't have some guy sitting in the corner waiting for a pass, most of the game, or you don't have a big man just sitting there setting screens all the time, not getting involved with the handling the ball. Everybody's involved all the time. And so it would always develop great camaraderie and great chemistry. But there was always that early resistance to learn. And that's the hardest part. Once you've got the guy to get buy-in, to me, it was always easy teaching guys because it was all about repetitions. It was just repetition, repetition, repetition. And we would do things over and over and over and over again until a point where they had to get it. I mean, they just finally got it. And but the harder guys were the guys who were initially resistant. One of the guys who was really initially resistant was Jojo Lastimosa when we first brought the triangle in. And he ended up being probably one of the top 3, maybe even the top 1 best executor of the triangle. And but in the beginning, he didn't like it. I remember Mark Pingers, who we saw a lot of video, and I was talking about Mark Pingers Ping earlier. I remember the story that our general manager, team manager, Rene Pardo, Mr. Pardo, told me that 1 month when I first came to the Pure Foods, he called up Mr. Pardo and said, I can't learn the triangle. I want to be traded. And I never knew this. I didn't know this till a year later or 2 years later. And Mark had said, I just can't learn it. I refuse to try to learn. And Mr. Pardo just said, just give Coach Tim more time, give yourself a chance, you'll get it. And again, Mark, he just absolutely loved the triangle, and he became incredibly good at it. And he was one of those guys like Bone Hawkins that if you didn't do it, if you were doing something on your own, Mark and Bone would be the 2 guys who'd be telling you immediately, you better get back in line with what you're doing. So if I can use just this moment, the triangle, and I want to kind of direct this to Mike, the triangle is to me, has always been like a playground. It's an enclosed playground, all right? And you allow your players as a coach, they can do anything they want within the triangle. I mean, in that playground, they can go and go on the swing set, they can go on a teeter-totter, they can go play with the cat poo in the sand bat, sand thing, whatever. They can do whatever they want. But if they, that little kid climbs out of the playground, jumps over the fence and goes out, then he's going to be in big time trouble, But inside that playground, he can do whatever he wants. He's got complete freedom. And that's how I've always felt about the triangle. Within the triangle, if you stay within the triangle, there's really nothing you can do wrong. It's on you. It's you got to read the counter. You got to read what your teammate's doing, and you can pretty much be on your own. But if you step out of the triangle, start doing things on your own and not stay within the triangle, then you're going to hear it. And you either heard it from me, or you heard it from Ping, or you heard it from Bo Hawkins. You heard it, but you always heard it. And that's the way we treated the triangle all the time. And we taught that. That's how we taught it as well. I hope that answers the question, Mike.
I guess it does. The book, Coach. A lot of people are asking about your book.
I know you are. Well, I honestly, I've taken some time here in the quarantine period to write. I've got about 60,000 words done, and I just got through telling Roland Lazenby about it. Whether I'm going to finish it, I don't know. Whether I might need your help, Rick, I don't know. But you know, as I told you, I've always wanted to be a writer all my life. I wanted to be a writer, and so I'm having that opportunity here. It's given me something to do during quarantine to look forward to every day, and so I'm trying to get it done. But you know, there's so many people who have started books and not finished them. I'm one of them. So I'm going to have to try to fight my way through it. But at least I'm up to 60,000 words, which is up to, you know, 100 pages or so or more.
We're going to make it our mission for you to get to finish it, Coach.
I'm sure everybody's excited for that, Coach. So you can continue with how you. So I think most of the questions also you will be able to answer how you progress with your triangle, so or to another stuff or similar stuff. So I think let's move on with your presentation, Coach.
Let me see if I can find. Let's see. I got to get the keynote. There we go. There we go. Can anybody see this yet? Don't.
Yes. There you go.
See this?
Yes.
Okay, let me get it. I got to get it going. Just some things I wrote down that I wanted people to see.
All right.
There we go.
We're all set.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, let me just do one more last thing to fix it. Okay. All right. So, triangle tenets. I want you to see this because, you know, these are the things that the triangle did, and these are the things that we tried to keep. When we decided to move from the triangle, and I say move from, I don't want to say we expanded on the triangle because that's really too mayabang. We made the triangle better. We didn't do that at all. It actually started off, I guess I should say this. The reason we did it, first of all, is because when I moved to Ginebra, and in the first conference we did run it, and we did it quite successfully with Greg Slaughter. We finished as the #1 seed, and then we got knocked out, upset in that first conference. But we finished, I think, as the #1 seed, or tied for the #1 seed. And so we were running it well, not as well as, you know, as Alaska and Pure Foods passed it, but for one conference in, we were running it well. But then we lost Greg Slaughter, our big man, to an ACL injury. And then we had, Justin came in as a replacement, and we were looking at Justin's skills. And we tried to run a triangle with him right away, but we just felt like with Japeth now as our post man, and we decided to kind of maybe we time to move along. And plus we had Kirk Collier as he had been with Ginebra when I came to Ginebra, and Kirk Collier was one of the assistant coaches, and he's a master of motion, continuity type offenses, and so he was teaching a lot of that to our guys, and they were really comfortable with it. So I just started looking at that, and I started thinking about, okay, how can we merge these two together? What can we do to make these kind of take advantage of his continuity and take advantage of the triangle? How can we kind of bring it together? So that was my first thought process going on. But I didn't want to lose the triangle. That was my big thing. I was afraid if I went somewhere, I would lose the triangle. So I wanted to bring the triangle along, especially certain things about the triangle that I loved and I've always preached and taught. So these are the triangle tenets that I talked about a little bit. The idea of first open man. These are the things that Tex talked about all the time. The idea of big in, small out. In other words, we want the big guys to work their way inside the offense and the smallest to work their way out if they were reversed. The idea I said earlier about always in the offense, you're always in a position where you can go and scramble out. And of course, the line of deployment was something that I always tried to emphasize. But those are the things in the triangle. Let me go to the next one. What happened? Got frozen. I'm frozen. I don't have anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. So these are things that I liked about the triangle. The triangle. I didn't realize I didn't put an L there. Triangle. That's what we should call it. We should call it the triangle. Wouldn't that be a great name? If you see on top, triangle. Anyway, there's a so these are the things I liked about the triangle, and so there was always I talked about it earlier, a defensive balance to stop transition because you had a 2-guard front, and you always had a guy on top of the defense playing on the top of the offense. There was always guys getting back, getting balanced. It's always played at a tempo in which you could get back and settle your defense. It was always really important to me. Again, you were always in the offense. You could scramble at any time, first open man. You always had that weak side movement. And that was something that no matter what we did offensively, no matter what we moved to, I would always make sure we had that weak side movement because I thought that was so important to a successful offense. You know, in the defense never knew what you were going to do because we never knew what we were going to do. So how could they know what we could do? And again, that idea of 32 different options every time down the floor. And the idea that the offense evolved and got better every year. You know, it was kind of like I would use the term, you know, put it in your pocket with the players. And what I would say is when we would run the triangle, people would try to do certain things to stop us, or they take away a tendency of what we try to do. So they take certain things away. And when they took something away, they would always create for us a counter. They would always create a way to try to beat that. So we'd have to try to figure out, stay in the triangle, but counter it. And so when they took something away, we would counter. And suddenly that counter would be a new thing in our offense. We'd put it into our pocket. You know, yeah, okay, now we got that one too. And then we do something else and the team would take it away. We do a counter. Oh, now we got another. We got another one. We put it away. So that the offense would continually build on itself. And so that's why, you know, the way I ran it in 96 was completely different the way they ran it in 92. I mean, there was such evolvement. And the way I ran it in 2000 was different from 96 and so on, all the way up to the 23 years. There was always an evolvement of the offense. You would never run in the same thing through the years. Although it sounds like it, but because of the evolved all the time, that was great. So when we run another offense, we would want to get that evolved also. Versatility, again, first of the position, less basketball. Number 8, great developer of player skill. Talked earlier about you have guys who just run to the corner, sit in the corner, they're going to be a 3-point shooter. So you got that 3-and-D guy. That's basically all he does. He's a 3-and-D guy. Or you got that postman who's you know, sits outside, may take a few jump shots or go set a screen, pick and pop, you know, but he never learned to get down on the post. The thing about the triangle is that everybody plays different positions, so you're always developing your skills. Little guys go down on the post, they become post players. Big men come outside, they become, you know, they handle the ball outside. So everybody's playing different positions, so there's a natural player development that goes on within the triangle itself. I never felt like I had to develop players because the offense developed it for me. Kept players focused because you always had to be what you were doing. I said about that, you know, you can't be looking at that girl in the stands because you're going to lose yourself in the offense. And if you lose yourself in the offense, 4 of the guys are going to get mad at you. So there was always that awareness. Phil Jackson talked a lot about it, and that's why he meditated to get a heightened awareness for his players because they needed to stay aware with what was going on within the triangle all the time. And, you know, we did a little bit of that. You know, we have our 2-minute meditation before every game where we turn off the lights in the locker room. We're trying to get our minds cleared and so we can get a heightened level of awareness. And if you're not aware around the triangle, you're going to be terrible. And the beauty of that is that awareness worked on the defensive side. And that awareness you learned in the triangle, you took it to the defensive side. And now you became an aware defense where you're always ready to help. You're always in the right position. You're always reading your teammate and how you did that. So your defense would become a lot better just from the fact that you were running the triangle, in my opinion. Again, that's the things I liked about the triangle. And the last one was, you know, when I first watched the Bulls play, you know, it was like they were dancing. You know, other teams played basketball, but the Bulls, they danced. You know, everything just seemed so choreographed in the triangle. And it just really, really appealed to me and why, you know, I'm going to risk my career trying to learn how to do it. And glad I did, obviously, but it was quite a risk in the early years because I was terrible at it. But again, what changed? Why did we change? what made us change, aside from the ones I told you about, changes in personnel, a lot of it was the way the game was changing, the way the game was evolving. The reset of the 24-second clock to 14 seconds was a big thing for the triangle, because the idea of the triangle is that when you had a reset, you could go back into your sideline triangle, you could scramble into there, and then you could use the whole clock, the 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass, 4 pass. It became much more difficult to be able to do that with the 14-second clock. We couldn't scramble back in the triangle. So we started going into a quick pick and roll, which other teams did, or quick post up, or quick clear out, or whatever. You couldn't reset your whole offense. The 8-second clock coming up the floor, that extra 2 seconds made it more difficult to have that 2-guard front and to spend time in the back court doing that. That's a really, really small thing, but I put it up there. And the way the game is being called now, it's just, it calls for more penetration, more dribble penetration, more cutting through the paint. It's more spread out. And so we felt that we had to kind of spread out our offense a little bit more. And so, we tried to do that with the triangle, and we found it difficult to do it in the way that we want to do it. So then we started making little adjustments here and there, and that's how we evolved to where we are now. The emphasis on the 3-point shot. Roland Lazenby asked me and talked about it earlier. Can you still get the 3-point shot in the triangle? Certainly. You certainly can. But, you're not going to get 30, 40, 50 like you do with in today's game. And if you're taking 15, 20 3-point shots, I remember talking to Eric Spoelstra about this. I watched one of his games with the Golden State Warriors, and back when the Warriors were the Warriors. And after the game, we had dinner with Eric, and Coach Poe said that it really came down to the fact that we took 21 threes and they took 46 threes, and we just couldn't keep up with their 3-point shooting. They were, even though we shot a higher percentage, we couldn't keep up. And so that emphasis on the 3-point line shot was, again, another reason we tried to expand a little bit. The perimeter shooting big man, you don't have that postman anymore. You got to get a guy in the post these days. You coaches out there, you watch how guys get beat up in the post. I mean, you get the ball in the post, people can just beat you up. You get the ball in the perimeter, and they can't even put a pinky on you. And so again, that's changed the game and the way you have to defend, and it's really hard to put a guy down there in isolation to the post, and the guy can get beat up. And they're not demanding double teams anymore and opening up things, and the pace of play. So the up tempo of the game, the quick shooting, the quick shots. It just was very much more difficult to keep up with the pace of play. The discipline we needed to run the triangle was getting more and more difficult. So again, we started making some adjustments. So what were those adjustments? Well, these are the things that we still wanted to keep from the triangle. So we say we run an offense that's no longer the triangle, because the triangle is Tex Winter. If you're not running Tex Winter's triangle, you're not running the triangle, in my opinion. So I can't say we're running the triangle anymore. We run what we call triangle principles. We tried to stay to some of the principles that he's done, but we've tried to do something a little bit different. So we still form the sideline triangle. We're obviously still a read and react action. We never call sets or plays. We still do that. We have the 1, 2, and 4 pass in our offense, which is still similar. We don't have the backdoor step with the 3 pass, which I showed you earlier. But I'll talk a little bit about that as well. We do something different with that. In Texas vernacular, those who know Tex, the 1 pass is the 2 pass to the post, the 2 pass is the 2 pass to the top, and the 4 pass is the 4 pass to the corner, 2 pass to the corner. We still read the pass, we play off the pass, and we have multiple reads and counters off the pass. So players have that ability to counter. So we wanted to keep that as a triangle action and a principle. It's still very positionless basketball. Basically, we try to teach everybody in every position, although we do focus more on 3 wings and 2 bigs. We don't have a point guard, we don't have an off guard or a small forward. We play 3-way. In fact, right now with the Never, we're playing with 3 point guards. L.A. Tenorio, Scotty Thompson, and Stanley Pringle. We're playing 3 point guards. when we were at Pure Foods, you know, we were playing with Joe as our point guard. So, you know, it's again a positionless basketball. We can play 3 bigs in our offense, or we can play 3 smalls in our offense. We always want to keep the idea of play in and out. We talk about that with the players that are, no matter what offense we are in, we want to still be in to out, play in before we play out. We just don't want to come down and fire up a shot. We want to get movement, inside penetration before we take that perimeter shot. And we want to have that strong defensive balance. So when we are creating this new offense that we are running, kind of moving off in another direction, we still try to keep these principles in mind as we move forward. And these are the ones that we really try to keep. So let's go to the next one. And these are the things we changed and added to the offense. So we reversed the weak side of the formation. We didn't want that big guy to always have to go down to the weak side of the offense. And we didn't want to have to set with a 2-guard front all the time because it was too slow for us getting up, and we were always under pressure, time pressure to get it up, and play teams always pressured up on us. So we wanted to get more quick inbounding going up. So that meant the big guy was going to be the last guy down the floor a lot. So we allowed him to stop on top, and then the small man would play the weak side wing or would be in the weak side corner. The Warriors cut, I talked about earlier about the Warriors cut. We used when talking to Roland Lazenby, the Warriors cut for more spacing. We used that instead of the rebound cut screen. That became a big part of our offense and something we really used. So we used it for the national team and the Southeast Asian games as well. We taught that action to the national team. Again, no 2-guard front. And for us now, anyone can initiate the offense. The big man can initiate from the middle. Big wing can initiate it from, Scotty, Stanley, LA, Joe, any of those guys, Justin, anybody of those guys can come down and initiate the offense. Now we just don't initiate from the wing. We can initiate our offense from the top. We can initiate our offense from the weak side, from the post opposite position also, on another side, on the other side from the post. So that's something we brought in. We're now initiating from different spots on the floor. So it's still a read and react. We're reading where that guy is, and then we're going from there. And we still have the 2-pass or swing pass, but it initiates different actions now. Not just a pinch action where you had the handoff. It goes into a full-blown different action. And it's because the reason why is it's the big guy catching that ball on top of the 2-pass now. Instead of the small player. So it's instead of being big in, small out, it's big out, small in. And I'm not sure if you can envision this when I'm all saying, but and also, I talked earlier about the fact we're no longer a 2-guard front. We wanted to come up and run it quickly, so we initiate our offense immediately. We cross half court. We want to have that ball out of that guard's hands and into our offense already. So we initiate just inside the half court line rather than initiate at the wing. So these are little things that we have brought that, and along with the triangle principles, and have formed a kind of a different looking offense that's similar looking, but very different looking. Like I said, we read and react who the initiator is now. We do have some dribble dive action off the post opposite formation. We have a different formation where we run some dribble drive. We created that really for Sol Mercado to use his skills. And then now obviously Stanley Pringle can use that dribble drive action, those who know that dribble dive action. So that's a part of our offense as well. The 3-pass, instead of being a backdoor step action, where we're looking backdoor, again, remember the big is on top now. So if that big is denied, he will go down and initiate the offense with a pin down with the guard. The guard will come up. And when he comes up, now we are in true classic triangle action. So we can run the triangle from that action. So if guys are continually denying that swing pass, we can go to obviously the corner or the post, but that big man can go down and screen, pin down, and now we can go right into our regular triangle, which the guys know. This offense is more pick and roll based. It's more, you initiate with the pick and roll more often. We didn't do that with the triangle as much. There were ways to initiate with the pick and roll and the triangle, but it wasn't our main thrust. Now it's more of a thrust. And our continuity. You saw the continuity of triangle where you started with one triangle, you did the action, you finished with another triangle on the other side. Our continuity is much different. And that continuity is really based on Coach Kirk and what he brought to the team. And that's a huge part of what we do. So instead of running the triangle and then after the triangle going into a second triangle or to a third triangle, you can't do that anymore because, again, the reset of the shot clock. Now we run one action and then bang, we're into our continuity right away. So those are the things that we changed and added to what we wanted to do with the triangle. I don't know if that makes sense. I'll try to get back on the board for you and show it again. But again, you'll see it in some of the video that we'll show. Just have a short video to show that. And then, okay, one more. There. This is the basic to our, and like I said, we don't really have a name for what we're calling it. And right now, I think when we're just talking about it with the players, we call it our run out continuity actions. And basically, it's a transition offense that goes into a continuity. And that's basically what we feel like we're running. And it still has, again, the triangle principles, but we haven't really put a formal name to it. But these are the rules that we are very, very strict on in our run out continuity. This is something that has to be done all the time. Number one, all 5 guys must be moving at all times. We never sit and wait on the ball. The guys who go into the corner and stand in the corner, we do not allow them to stand in the corner. We do not allow them to stand on weak side. If they're running a pick and roll on one side, guys are stopping and they're spotting up and waiting for that ball. We just do not allow that. There has to be movement. So everything we run has to be all 5 guys moving. And we kind of got that from Pop, from the offense that Pop runs, that idea. And it really came, again, from another conversation with Coach Spo, Eric Spoelstra, after they played the San Antonio Spurs in the finals and got beat. And they had LeBron and Dwayne and Chris Bosh, and San Antonio picked them apart. And that was one of the things we talked about their offense, which always stuck with me, with the idea that all 5 guys are moving, and they just couldn't keep up with everybody moving like that. But that's really Pop. And then our continuity rules, we have certain rules that are really hard to teach because it's really counterintuitive to players. But any perimeter skating, our guards must curl. We do not allow them to pop back or go in. They must curl. Our warrior cut, whenever there's any strong side action, we are moving that warrior's cut. We're not standing in one spot. Like I said, we're moving because the warrior cut allows us to keep all 5 guys moving. And then when the big men make a perimeter pass, they must do an action. They must either dive after that, they must follow the pass into a ball screen, or they must screen away. But again, they cannot pass and stand. That leads to number 3. In our offense, the offense that we run now, you never, ever pass and stand. Never. And that's, it's counterintuitive to a lot of players, and it's hard to keep them moving. But we're constantly teaching and talking and keeping guys moving. And it takes quite a bit of habits to break. And but eventually, the guy who struggles with it right now is Stanley Pringle. He's new to our team. He's a guy that's used to spotting up when other things are going on. If he's not having the ball, he's usually spotting up, or if he has the ball, he's doing his thing. And for him to be disciplined and play within the offense and keep moving, that's something we always have to continually remind him. And he's done. We won the last championship, so obviously he was doing something right, something very right. And he's been great. He's had a great buy-in, and he's done everything he can to help us in terms of changing his game to align with us. And the other guy that's really good at that, you never see him pass and stand, Justin Brownlee. Justin Brownlee is a master of movement and moving without the ball. And I think that's why, since we've been running I should say, I don't think I said it in the beginning, but in 23 years with the triangle, we won 18 championships, and we were in the finals 30 times over 23 years of running the triangle. And not running the triangle and doing this new offense, we've been running it for basically 4 years now, and we've won, 4 championships within over 4 years. So, this offense has helped us as well. And the last one we have is to run it like a fast break, and that goes back to that series with the Miami Heat and San Antonio Spurs, and that was actually Coach Spo's expression. He was shaking his head to me and saying, I mean, they were running their half court offense like it was a fast break. I mean, the ball was moving, the people were moving. San Antonio was when they beat LeBron and Miami Heat that year. And so that's something, again, that stuck in my head when I started going to a new offense. Decided those two principles, the first one and the fourth one, were the ones we were going to build off of. All 5 guys must be moving and run it like a fast break. So that's basically what we've done. Now, I'll try to show you a little bit of video. How much time do we have? We're done, right? Are we done? Ariel, are we out of time? Do we want to go through this last video real fast, or do we have run out of time?
I'll put Coach Franco and Coach John in the.
Yeah, they got next, right?
I'm gonna segue. I'm gonna put Coach Franco here in the panel later and move on to discussion, because we're gonna talk about your triangle also. So, and we'll continue for that. But go on, Coach. We have a ton of questions also.
I told you I was
I've asked them. They're so they're having a great time. This is really we've been learning a lot, and I'm taking notes also.
No, don't tell anybody. All right, then let me
All
go. Right. Let me stop this share then, and let me get to the video that we have for Ginebra. It's not that long. Didn't spend a lot of time on it. Let me find it here.
So I know you also registered for the next one, but we'll just continue from here on. And I've sent a email also that we'll just continue. So I think most of the attendees from here anyway registered for the next one.
So
that way
they don't have to listen to all the boring triangle stuff earlier. They can get to the more exciting what we're doing now stuff.
All right.
In a second. There we go. All right. I think I've got it. Can anybody see this? No?
Not yet.
Did anybody see Chris Newsom? No?
Not yet. You have to go out again and then share screen again with the file you just opened.
How's that?
There you go. Newsom.
Is that Chris Newsom now? All right.
Yep.
That's Chris Newsom back of his head. All right. So we talked about, we had the 2 pass. So our 1 pass and 4 pass is very similar to what we do in the triangle. The only difference is there's a weak side action that's a little different while the strong side action is going on. So you remember the 1 pass into the post, instead of doing a third cut screen, we normally would do a split. And we still end up doing a third cut screen with that split. And then with the 4 pass, we'd still end up doing that cut through and then the postman coming over for a ball screen, but oftentimes it would be kick out to a handoff. But anyway, that action was the same. The only difference was on the weak side action is that because the big man was on top, there would be some screen action on the weak side in which there'd be some curling action going through. I'm not sure if I have that on the video here because I was more concerned about showing our basic swing pass or 2 pass to the top. So the 1 and 4 was very similar, but this one is much different. Okay. Let me go through here, see what we got. All right, here we go. See it again. The two pass right here leads over. Now this is our screen away action. So let me go back to the beginning here on this and show you. So you still have the triangle. See the formation of the triangle? You have LA playing somewhat of the weak side wing, but the big guy now is the trailer down the floor. So instead of having him go all the way down the floor and LA coming back up to initiate the triangle, we initiate from where we are. Now, I believe that's Scotty with the ball. And Scotty now can pass, and that's Justin at the post. So Scotty could pass to Justin. Justin and who's the guy on top? Is that Dave? I don't know. But anyway, these two guys, the guy on top and Justin, I can't remember what players, are interchangeable. And you see Mark Kagiwa in the corner there. So Scotty has the opportunity to either throw it to Justin, and we're going to do our one pass action there, or we get it passed to Mark and he'll do his cut through, and then Justin and Mark will do a two-man game. In the meantime, I think that's Dave. Dave will come on over and set a screen for LA in that action. But right now what's going to happen is he's going to make a two pass. Oh, that's Jervy. That's Jervy Cruz. Here we go. Now, okay, that's Jervy. All right. Now, again, you see Scotty. Look at Scotty's position right now, who just made the pass. He is taking off now to do his Warriors cut. And Mark Kagiwa, instead of coming down and getting that screen, he's now going to spread the floor high on the wing. Now, Jervy is going to swing the ball over to LA. So there's the pass to LA. All right, now, Jervy has three actions at this point, okay? This is his read and react actions. He can either screen away to Mark Kagiwa, he can follow over and screen to LA, or he can dive into the strong side post with LA having the ball. And each action he does will create different actions of what we're going to do. All right. So we have to read that action to know what we're going to do the rest of the way through. So it's very triangle-like. That's what I'm trying to make. It's very triangle-like, although the formation is slightly different. The options are slightly different. The principles of the triangle are still there. All right. So let's continue on a little bit. So you see he's going to screen. Scotty goes down to, you see Scotty at the baseline. Scotty will go down to what we call the Warriors cut position. That is his read position. He can either, from that position, he can come to the ball, right into the post action, right to the post if he wants. He can go over to the opposite corner, or he can fade back to the weak side corner, or he can come to the strong side corner. That's all of his, again, he just reads the action of what's going on. We don't have a call for that. So Jervy's we're going to read off of Jervy. Now we got to decide Jervy, what are you going to do? Okay, you're going to screen away. Okay, now we know what we're going to do. So Mark is going to go and cut and do a curl off of Jervy. Now we're going to end up hitting Mark here for the shot, I think. But if he doesn't get the pass here, see, he fall over. That's why Mark's coming in free. See, Jervy's going to pop back for the jump shot. So Mark's going to curl. Jervy's going to jump back right there for the jump back. So now we've confused the defense, and now Mark has the layup and the shot. But that's just one action, what we call our screen away, our two-pass screen away action that we do. And so that's different from what we've done in the triangle in the past. So here we go again. Scotty's bringing the ball. He's initiating a little slow. We were a little far in. We would rather have him initiate much earlier, but he's not under any pressure, so he's bringing the ball deeper. So again, two pass. So there's the two pass. Again, Scotty's going to his Warriors cut. I think that's JJ in the back. JJ sliding up. All right, now guy on top, what's he going to do? Is he going to screen away? Is he going to follow to the pass and ball screen with Mark, or is he going to dive to the post? He's going to screen away again. So again, we see the action. So again, Jay is curling. And this is a forced curl. We always ask our guys to curl here. For intention. They have to intentionally curl. Now, if they're really hanging back and trying to get under that screen, they'll try to curl and pop back and get that shot. But right now, we ask them to curl. So now he's curled. There, that's Dave Kors bopping back right here. Now we have action going on the backside. So we didn't get that curl. So now we have action here. Now we're going to go to a UCLA cut and ball screen right here. And there's the penetration and the layup. So again, it's all read and react. If Dave had passed to the wing, or if he had passed to Joe, then we would have had a different action. If he had passed either and gone back to the strong side, we would have had a different action. So the actions follow the actions. And we don't know what the actions are going to be. We just don't know. We don't know where he's going to pass it, where he's going to go. We just have to read and react. And again, it's that idea of read, react. And that's something I was raised on with the triangle, offense that reads and reacts. We don't call any of these plays. So here we go again. This time it's LA. Now LA makes that swing pass. All right. Now this is what we call our post opposite action, because Justin is on the weak side post. So this is a post opposite action. So we're going to go into the triangle with this. You'll see the basic triangle now. So this is an action that we read. It's on the other side. When the postman's on the other side away from the ball, this is an action that we run. So you see LA coming in, he'll fill out the corner. We see Joe doing a pin down, and now you see, here we are, we're in the triangle. So one pass, four pass, two pass, or Joe coming back for the backdoor step. And there's the pitch and the action going on right here. All right. You see LA flaring. All right. And the shot. So again, that's action that we didn't call. It's just action that's come down and read from position, from where we are, where everybody is on the floor, and what we run. And again, to do this, you have to have a lot of just constant repetition, over and over again. We just do that all the time. Now, normally Justin would be on top right there. He's kind of slide in right here because he's been constantly denied. So instead of passing to Justin and then Justin passing to Chris Ellis, we're going to skip it. And that's unusual in our offense to skip like that. But again, now Justin's got to decide. Now we're in our offense. Sol's going to come down and do a Warriors cut. LA's going to come up. And now we're going to do what we call our pass and follow. So now Justin does a pass. Let's say he got the ball past it. Now he's going to follow in. And now you see the ball screen. And again, you see the action on the backside. We're not standing. So you're coming out. All right. Even then, we still don't have that action. There's still action going on over on the backside again. But now you see the backdoor action here into what we call our continuity. Now we're into our continuity, where now the ball screen comes on over. There we go again. Let me show that again. Here we go. Here's backdoor by LA, pass. And now you'll watch Justin on the back. See Justin on the other side? He will rise up off the ball screen. Come on, Justin. There you go. See how he rises up off the ball screen. And then Sol will cut through again. Well, he's supposed to cut through. And then now we'll have the action one more over there. But we've given him time to get in there and get that penetration there. But he kind of broke it down there at the moment. But there was a continuity going onward there. So again, that's a different option. That was a two-pass follow as opposed to a two-pass screen away. We have a two-pass dive action. There's again, two-pass. Again, you see JJ going down for the Warriors cut. All right. We'd like to get him a little bit deeper. All right. Mark comes up. Now on the action here, Mark will again make action. He'll go down for the Warriors cut, and JJ's coming up. So you see again the constant movement. And Joe, off the pick and roll going on over there, Joe is pulling up. So again, right here, and there's the pick and roll. We keep the other three guys occupied. Cliff Hodge now has to make a decision. Is he going to go help on the ball screen, or is he going to stay with Joe? If you see Cliff Hodge there, number 7. So this is the dilemma we're supposed to put into our offense. Again, that was our basic follow. Now this is our dive action. Justin dives. When Justin dives, you see Japeth replace him on the top. And then we go into what we call the screener action. This was called weak in the San Antonio offense. This is what they call the weak. So we pass here, swing, and then you see Sol coming over for a screen for Justin. There's the screen, and then Sol coming up off of Japeth's screen. Now, Justin now has the choice. He has the read. He can either go to the block or we can sprint to the ball screen. So he sprints to the ball screen, and now we're in this action here. Now we're kind of broke down, but we're just going to play from here. This guy takes a deep shot and makes it. That was our night. but you see the action that's going on. Again, it's the read and react that we're trying to get done. So now Dave fills up. This is our 4-pass. This is what we call our 4-pass action, that we're just like the triangle. The thing you'll notice on the backside, watch the backside action on the backside with Justin and Sol Mercado. They will go over and they'll set a screen on the weak side. Oh, LA. They're supposed to set a screen on the weak side and while this ball screen is going. So we don't want these guys just standing on that backside. We don't want them just standing over there. We want them to keep moving and occupy the defense. And if you look at the defense on the weak side. You'll look at Durham, the head is turned. He's not watching the ball. And the guy who's guarding LA, his head is totally turned. And actually the defense on the baseline is in a bad position. He should be more open, although he is seeing the ball. So this is the things you're hoping that will happen on the backside. And there's the pass, there's the rise up. And again, sucking Justin, sucking Durham down into the help, and then the kick out. So he comes off that screen. Again, he comes off that screen. There he goes. Comes off that screen. Now, again, Durham has to make a decision. Is he going to help or is he going to go up on Justin? This is how you see Justin get a lot of those wide open threes right there on top. You wonder, how the heck does he get open? Well, it's from those actions he gets right there. And that's the advantage of having a big man three-point shooter, being able to do that. Guys can take jump shots. And that's, again, why we kind of make the change to the triangle so we can take advantage of those big man shooters now that everybody has, that everybody's developing. So here, I was talking about he's being denied, so he's going to go down. So now, Sol is supposed to go up. Where are you, Sol? He didn't go up, but he was supposed to go up and feel the triangle here. Again, you see the 4-pass into the ball screen. There's the curl Sol's supposed to make. And again, Justin flaring back up. Now he can swing it over to LA. He could have gone to the screen of LA, but LA likes to post up against, what's his name? Then they come out and double. He's been posting them up all game. And there's Seal. There's Chaplin. So here's the screen. Now, we didn't get into formation here. Mark filled out, so he's going to go over to the other corner now. So we're going to initiate right away into our what we call our 2-pass follow. All right. Again, you see Dave rising. He's rising up to the top, forces his man to come out, hopefully. And again, look at Scotty now. Scotty is off that ball screen. What's he doing? He's cutting. He's not standing waiting for the ball. He's cutting. And then Mark is supposed to come up from behind. So that back cut on Scotty, the ball fake up and go. And again, that's the design of the offense. That cut is part of a design of the offense. It's not just, oh, look what happened. It was by design. And Scotty is the best at cutting. Boy, he cuts hard. He cuts the right position all the time. He's such a great cutter, among other things, obviously. But he cuts the ball. He cuts to the basket very well. Again, 2-pass to the top. All right. Oh, is this the same one? Yeah, this is the same one. We already did this one. All right, one more. Boom. Boom. So that's basically it. I can explain a few more actions that we do, but I can do it on the board. But really, that's really all the time I needed in terms of showing kind of what thing I mean, I could do more, but I think that we tried to show how we kind of evolved into the offense. It's not an offense we just developed out of the air. It was really from 23 years of running the triangle and then trying to see how the game was evolving and then going into trying to do making a new offense that was compatible to what I liked and what was compatible to what Coach Kirk liked. A lot of those actions, the pick and roll actions, are all his. They're not mine. And just going to do it through, again, the principles of the triangle, not going too far away. And as I said earlier, it was difficult for me because, I was so devoted to Tex Winter and, what he taught and how he went about it. And I wanted to be that guy. I wanted to be that Tex. And for me to branch out and do something different was, if I may say, really gutsy. You know, it took a lot of guts on my, a lot of trepidation and everything to go away from it. And there wasn't, 2 or 3 times where we went to this new offense and we started to struggle with it. And I said, okay, forget it. We're going back to the triangle, because that was my comfort zone. I don't want to get back to that comfort zone. But, the game evolves, you must evolve, you can't get stuck to where you are. So, we were at this point, and at this point, I think our guys really like what we're doing. This particular team likes the action that we do. It's not easy to learn. It's not easy to teach. Again, it takes a lot of repetition, but it's been effective for us so far, and we've kind of come into the kind of 21st century, 22nd century, maybe 21st century in terms of running an offense now.
So great. I think I was able to answer questions on how your triangle evolved into another or to a similar action. But James Walkvis would like to ask if you were able to watch the Bulls team live in the 90s.
Oh, in the 90s? No. I didn't get to know Tex until he had left the Bulls. So I was strictly a TV guy. I never watched him in the stadium. I only watched him on TV. Like I said, we used to steal the feeds from the American bases and put it on our TV, and then we tape it, and that's how I got to watch Bulls games. I did get to see a lot of Laker games with Tex. I attended practices with the Lakers when Kobe was there, and Powell and Bynum and Shaq, and I was able to see some of their practices and shoot arounds. And I met Phil Jackson a couple of times. The funny story there is that we were in the summer league, and I was sitting with Eric Spoelstra in the coach's box, and we were watching the Miami Heat summer league team play, and the Knicks were coming on next in the next game, and lo and behold, coming into the coach's box was Phil Jackson. He came up and sat right behind us, and then he leaned over to Coach Spo and said, Coach, I like what you've been doing at Miami. It's been great. And the Spo was really shocked, and he stood up, and then he made me stand up, and he goes, thank you, Coach. And he says, do you mind if I introduce you to this guy? He goes, he's the Phil Jackson of the Philippines. To Phil Jackson. He said that to Phil Jackson. I died. I was so embarrassed. The Phil Jackson of the Philippines. I was so embarrassed. And, Phil goes, so how you doing? I go, yeah, I used to know Tex, used to come to your practices. And it was the 3rd time I'd met him. He didn't remember me, but I'd met him twice before. But, guy like that gets so many people to meet him. But it was fascinating meeting him. What the funny part of that story is that was the first time that Phil Jackson had ever spoken to Eric Spoelstra. And Eric had already been in the league for like 6-7 years and won 2 championships, and they played against each other. And he'd never spoken to Eric Spoelstra until that day. And according to Eric,
wow.
I talked to him a couple of months ago. He still has not. That was the only time he's ever spoken to Phil Jackson, ever, that one time. So, they're in different cities. You don't get to see each other all the time, but, they're not always that friendly. But on the other hand, Popovich came in and bought us all dinner. It's paid for our table. So, he's super, super, super friendly. Greg Popovich.
Coach, can you stop your share screen so we can see you?
Oh, don't you like to look at Mark?
All right. Much better. Yeah, we have a ton of questions, but mostly, from Coach Ian, you are already the winningest coach in PBA history. What drives you to keep on coaching, and how do you motivate yourself?
Well, the quick answer is that winning never gets old. So you're always going out there trying to win, and it never gets old trying to win. And the losing can get old for sure, but the winning never gets old. But as I said earlier, I grew up with the triangle, and the triangle is an evolving offense, and it's never been boring to me because it's always changing and it's always building on itself. And I've never felt like it was like I was doing the same thing year in, year out. And that's why I love the triangle so much. And then trying to do this new stuff is been real exciting as well. And I think just from a coaching standpoint, you know, you're always growing, you're always evolving. I always tell our older players, and I told this to Jeff when the end of his career, Jeff Gadiaso, told it to JoJo, I told it to Mark Aguiwa, JJ. I said, once you start feeling that you know everything there is to know about the game, then it's time to retire. It's time to move on, do something different. And if you have that feeling that you know everything, then it's time to retire. And I just don't feel like I know everything there is to know about the game. It's just so much that I learned all the time. And I love the learning process, and I like being around guys who want to get better, and I have those guys. So it's an exciting time all the time. Been boring though over the last 6 weeks, but prior to this time, it's been very exciting.
We got Jody Vance joining us. Joe.
Oh, Joe.
Joe, of course. You know,
we see each other all the time, and you still got to get me on these things.
Yeah, I've been. That's what I said.
Yeah, but from a player perspective, what can you say about how you learned the triangle and how was Coach Tim as a coach? And I know you're the master of a triangle for a player's perspective. So how was your experience with the triangle?
Well, I would say that Coach Tim is very detailed oriented when it comes to the triangle, to the defense, just with his whole philosophy. He's very detailed. So a player like me who was, when I first started my career, the only position the people saw me as out here was a center. And Coach Tim he saw something different in me. And from there, I think the first position I learned in the triangle was the post, but shortly after he put me on as a guard. And then from there, then you learn the wing. But like you said before, it's all interchangeable. So, I mean, besides the five, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 are almost the same thing. So I was able to, I would like to think that I picked up the triangle fast, but only because I played multiple positions right away. So that was just something that Coach Tim demanded from me. And honestly, it just helped me out in my career.
Thank you, Joe, for that. That was an excellent point of view.
Thanks.
All right. Coach Franco and Coach John has joined the panel also. We will talk about also how, among other stuff, we'll talk about also how Coach Tim was able to progress, or how he was able to change from the triangle to another stuff. But Coach Doc Teddy, you have a final question for Coach Tim Cone.
Hi, Coach Tim. I usually ask all of our guests this question. In your case, with over 25 years of coaching experience and of course winning 22 titles, could you kindly give us all your opinion on what are the five qualities that a coach should possess in order to be successful?
Interesting question. Very interesting. 5. Wow. Well, again, as I said earlier, learning, wanting to learn. I think if you're on this web right here, or you're on the webs through the week, and you've been on the webs, these webinars through the thing, then you're on the right track in terms of coaching. It's an evolving game. You've got to constantly be evolving. I think one of the underrated things that coaches need to be is compassionate. I think they have to have a real strong level of compassion understand what people are going through, understand that you're not always going to be in the right, and you're going to be wrong a lot, and players are going to take things wrongly at times, and you've got to be able to back up and take a look at yourself, I guess. And you've got to understand that players go through things as well, whether it be off the court or on the court. I think compassion is a really important part of coaching. So that's learning, compassion. Learn to be a leader. I know that sounds funny, but I mean, you can learn to being a leader can be a choice. I spend all my time, and Joe knows this, I spend all my time with John Maxwell. He's one of the leading leadership gurus in the world. He's my mentor. He doesn't know I'm his mentor. He's my mentor. I've never met him, but he's my mentor. But I listen to his audio tapes. I've read just about every book he's ever written, and he's written like 30-something books. So all those things that it's self-improvement, and it's learning to be a better leader all the time. And I think that's really, again, because what you do is you're a leader. You can do all the X's and O's as you want. You can tell people when to come into the game. You can tell what offense to run. But if you can't lead them and you can't, get them to buy into what you want to do, then you're not going to be successful at all. So the ability to be able to lead, and again, leadership is something that can be developed. You're not born a leader. You can be developed. So you can really, really work on that. How many is that? Is that 3?
3.
Learning.
3, Coach.
Compassion, leader.
Learning, leadership, fashion, patience.
Patience.
Gotta be patient.
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna run a system like the triangle, because it takes people a long time to learn it, and you've got to be able to go through all the repetitions, and you want to, and I think that one of the things you have to be foundational. You cannot shortcut. You cannot shortcut to what you need to do. You've got to be process oriented and foundational. Without that, you'll have a tendency to shortcut to try to win. And I think the greatest ability. No, let me put this right. The greatest chance or you have to win is when you don't try to win. You're not focused on winning. That's when you do your most winning, is when you're not focused on winning. If you can stay within the process of what you do, we talk about practice and doing what we do in practice, and all the repetitions we do, both offensively and defensively. Joe was talking about the little details that we do. We're very, very process oriented, and we don't care whether the ball is going or out. We care about what it took to get there to that shot, both offensively and defensively. So, all those things that, being foundational and being process oriented and being patient, you've got to be all those things as a coach if you want to get to a higher level. Realize the importance of it. So I think that's
Thanks, Coach.
That's a great
5,
question.
Coach.
Thanks. It's a great question.
Thanks, Coach. Coach, I have a follow-up. It's a really quick one. Could you share with us a Tex Winter story?
Which one do you want?
The one first thing that comes to your mind. Your favorite.
I don't know. I remember I went to this is not really a reflection on Tex, but it's a reflection on all coaches. We were invited. Happened to be in LA, and we were invited. Tex invited my wife and I to a Christmas Day game at the Lakers, and it was against Portland. I remember, and that was the time of Shaq and Robert Horry and of course Kobe, and I think that was Phil's first year or second year with the Lakers. I think it was 2000 or 2001. Anyway, so Phil invites us to the game, and he puts us next to his wife. So we're sitting with his wife, Nancy, my wife and I and Nancy, and we're sitting with Jim Clemens' wife also. I think her name was Chris or Nikki, I can't remember. But anyway, we were all together in one little corner of the gym and playing. And at the end of the game, Tex runs out. The Lakers were winning the whole game. I remember this vividly. Kobe Bryant it was tied, or no, they were down 2. They'd been winning the whole game, but they went down 2. Kobe went for a drive, and he dumped it, and he got fouled. Or at least we thought he got fouled, and suddenly the referee called a charge, a block, and it just seemed like a really, really bad call from everybody. And of course, we were all Laker fans at the time, but it just seemed like a really bad call. So they nullified the 3-point shot, right? And the 3-point play, and they give the ball to Portland, and then Tex comes out and gets a technical foul, and Ron Harper gets a technical foul, and so Portland goes down, takes 2 free throws, so they got a 4-point lead. They got the ball out of bounds, then another shot, they got 6-point lead, and the Lakers end up losing the basketball game. So after the game, I just remember this so vividly. Nancy brings us down into the family room. They have a family room there in the old Laker. I don't know, was it Staples already? I can't remember.
Staples, coach.
Might have been Staples. Yeah, 2000 might have been Staples. So they had a beautiful family room where all the family members went, and we went there with Nancy. And on one side of the room, they had a big buffet, so all the family members could eat, have a buffet while the players were finishing their post-game interviews, and the coaches were doing their meetings, and they would wait there, and then the players would come by and say, okay, let's go. And of course, we sat down, Chris and I, and then Nancy went off to talk to somebody. And then sitting down right next to us, coming over, and it was Vanessa Williams. Everybody remember Vanessa Williams?
The wife of Rick Fox.
At the time. And so she was sitting there. And so we were all thrilled. We're sitting next to Vanessa Williams, and then Nancy comes back and brings Miss Kupchak back by, and we introduced the picture. So we're living a life. And so we're waiting, and Robert Horry comes in, and we never saw Kobe and Shaq. They went out another door. But all the players came in and got their wives. Rick Fox came in and got Vanessa Williams, and they all left. So we're still sitting there twiddling their thumbs, and there was nobody left in the room. Finally, after about an hour, Tex comes back, and he peeks his head into the door and said, let's go. And I said, uh-oh, he's not happy. So we're walking out, with Nancy and him, and he's just trudging ahead of us, not saying a word. And I was saying to myself, it's the same for all coaches, I tell you, if that had happened to me, if I'd gotten a technical and we had lost the game, the last thing I would want to be doing is talking to people or being happy or friendly or whatever. And I just said to myself, this is just so typical of a coach, feeling that tremendous emotion after a basketball game. It wasn't even a championship game or a finals game. It was a Christmas Day game, and everybody's supposed to have great cheer. But so we walked out, Tex didn't say a word. We got into his car. I remember it vividly because there was this huge, long, super long stretch limo that I'd never seen. I mean, as long as I'd ever seen in my life. It seemed like it was literally a block long. And Nancy says, that's Dr. Buss's limousine, the owner of the Lakers, as we were walking out. So it was a great thrill for us to be there and be with them and everything. But that's what I remember so much about him being so angry. And we didn't go out after the game. I told him just take us to the car. He says okay. And so we met the next night and we had dinner with them and stuff. But that particular night was I just knew how he felt. I knew what it was like, and it didn't surprise me. I know that's not that thrilling, but it was a
Thanks,
really
Coach Steele. It was a very personal moment.
And everybody, it was kind of fun.
Thanks for sharing the very personal moment.
On behalf of all the coaches who requested and voted for you to be invited, and we'd like to thank you so much. We've really learned a lot, and for sharing your time, your knowledge, Coach. And we're still gonna follow your journey.
My apologies for taking so long. I don't mean to take so
No,
long.
no. Coach John and Coach Franco here are just so thrilled
No problem.
that they're also learning from the best, of course.
I had a
And,
feeling it was going to happen. I should have warned you. I can't shut up.
No worries, Coach. No worries.
Okay.
no problem. So, but also,
No problem.
Coach, we're gonna continue on from where we left off. We're gonna talk a bit about the triangle, also as mentioned. And Coach, parting words from you before we turn the session over to Coach John and Coach Franco.
Well, I'm just really proud and honored that you asked me to be here today. Gave me a chance to talk on something I'm so passionate about. I don't get a chance to talk about it in terms of, I love the triangle, as you can tell how much I love the triangle, and I just love being able to impart it to other people. I think there's a real lack of understanding about the triangle and what it can bring. I thought it got a bad rap with the New York Knicks and all that happened there, and it gave me a chance to talk about one of my favorite people in Tex Winter. Brilliant man, and I'm just so sorry he passed away. And then Roland Lazenby came on. That was so cool. So this has been a tremendously fun experience for me, Ariel, and
Thank you.
can't thank you enough for getting me on this thing, and for all of you that showed up. Wow, thank you so much for taking the time out to spend an evening with me. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
Pleasure was
Thanks,
ours, Coach. And Coach, they are also wondering if you can invite Coach Spo.
I actually talked to a friend of mine about that. The thing with Spo right now is that the thing I was told, I think that my friend, our common friend, who you know, Dave Ewan,
Dave.
I believe that he spoke to Spo and mentioned to Spo, but right now they're in the middle of their draft preparation, and he just said that he didn't think he had the time at this point, but he would keep it in mind and let us know if he was able to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Spo would be a great guy to have on. I mean, he's just a brilliant mind and by far the most humble coach I have ever met in my whole career. Maybe it's because he's Pinoy, but he is just incredibly humble, and what a man. And he deserves all the stuff that's come to him. Great guy. He would be fantastic to have here.
Thank you so much. And shout out to our dear friend, Dave Ewan, a very good golfer also. So shout out to him for making this possible. Dave,
Yeah,
shout out
Dave,
to you.
want to contact me first. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you,
I don't know if
Dave.
he's
Thank you,
watching,
Dave.
but great.
Yeah, I'll have the YouTube link ready for him. Again, Coach, thank you very much. And, turn the floor over to Coach Franco and Coach John. Thank you.
I'll be curious as the more.
Hello, sorry to cut.
Coach seems to saying something.
Yeah, Coach, sorry, wait, I'll put you back, Coach. Sorry for that. Oh yeah, we lost Coach. Sorry, but from Coach, we're picking up where Coach left off again. Coaches, the important role of video coordinators, video guys, the scouts, the spies. We are here, to dissect what coaches look at, or what head coaches ask the scouts to look at. And I have here two guys that I've worked with in my early career with JRU. Coach Franco's helped me a lot with my videos, and then as I progressed to coach and had the privilege to coach Phoenix, Coach John was the one who was doing an unbelievable job with the film. And I know we spoke about the triangle, and we'd like to move from then from there, since Coach was able to talk a bit about it. And again, I'd like to welcome Coach Franco and from Alaska, who's moved on from scout to assistant coach to basketball operation, head of basketball operation, and Coach John Jacinto is the current assistant coach, and move on also from being a video coordinator, also with Ateneo. Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Coach.
Pleasure is ours. Thank you.
Yes, so I've given you practically how you guys started, but from both of you, just a quick on how you started to be a video coordinator. How do you get into the PBA or with Ateneo? So, Coach Franco, lead us to that.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Those watching, Coach Ariel, thank you for this opportunity. Doc Teddy, Coach John, and yeah, been a lot from Coach Team and Coach Team stuff. So I've known Coach Ariel for quite some time now. Actually, I went up to him 2006 JRU as a could call it a graduate assistant. And then as he take on jobs in the PBL, took me there. And then I went on to become assistant video coordinator to Coach Glenn, and with the current PCAP president, Coach Luis Gonzalez. So worked with them there. Then to Laguna with Coach Philip. And then when Coach Joel assumed the head coaching post in Alaska, he took me in. So really grateful to him for that. And then from Coach Joel, to Coach Luigi, Coach Alex, and now Coach Jeff. Along the way, I've met a ton of coaches who helped me, learned a lot from them. Coach Tino is there, Coach Topex, Coach Louis Alas. I'm just fortunate for all those guys, and yeah, and I'm here, 2020. Very thankful for this wonderful opportunity.
How about you, Coach John? What was your journey? Coach John? I think we lost Coach John for a while. Coach John? Well, I think he's having some technical difficulty. It's all right. So, Franco, we talked about the triangle a bit. Can you show some of your videos from how how you've seen, or from your eyes, what how does Ginebra runs a triangle, if you have?
Oh, right. Well, hi, Coach. I put in here. I have your videos of. I think Coach Tim showed us a lot, and yeah, I have here how they veered off away from. I mean, not really away, but something from the triangle. Here, let me just screen share this.
Okay.
Am I good, Coach? Am I online?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. So we'll see here in this clip.
There, yeah, it's moving. It's moving. Good.
Wait. Just have to reset it on the back line. Okay, there. Right. So we see here Stanley Pringle. Then Coach Tim talked about utilizing the strengths of his players. We know Stanley's strengths would be to get in the paint, get in the lane, break down his defense one-on-one, and then Coach Tim also talked about elements that Coach Kirk brought into the team. We've known Coach Kirk as one of the best teachers, development coaches of bigs, and so we'll see here an alignment, 4 out, 1 in alignment, open to create some passing lanes. There's a handoff. Now, one element of the triangle you see here after the pass, there's right here where the cursor is, top of our screen. There's a strong side action simultaneous with a weak side action, right? After the pass, they move, and there's the seal, jacket seals. Go to the next frame. After the pass to Scotty, Scotty right here. He cuts and he seals. All guys maintaining good spacing. Japet comes up for the screen. And it's an open shot for Brownlee. Let's see that again. Okay. There we go. See the open spot, the cut, and the seal. Surprise ball screen, creating an opening. There. Next clip. Actually, this is an offensive rebound, starting off 13 seconds on the clock. See that 5-out open space. JB coming in. There's an initial movement coming off a pass and a cut, and we'll see Scotty on the weak side, cutting and sealing, keeping the defense occupied. So it's got created a lot of opening right there with JB one-on-one, really no help. And Scotty here, after that cut, he steals to disable this guy. Now there's a continuity. Skip to the weak side. There's another space. Guy right here backed up, giving space to Stanley. There's another drive, stuck in defense. So right here, there's a virtually 2-on-1. He beats Salva on that initial drive, and virtually there's a 2-on-1 here for a dump to Japet. Okay. Last clip in this run would be end game play against the finals with Meralco. We'll see here an initial setup of a 4-out 1-in, and then this would go into a 5-out offense when right there Japet comes up to set the ball screen right away. All right, we'll see there's a space every time a screener comes up, and there's a space between him and his defense. That's pretty much a recipe for getting beat. We see here JB, one of the best guy using the ball screener, really a scorer. He uses that screen. Now there's where the problem comes in. When you start guarding one offense with two defense, you'll create mismatches, right? So Travis Jackson here will have to make a decision. Will he tag with Japet, who has an open lane in the paint, or will he stay with LA, who's equally very deadly from beyond the arc? And so Travis Jackson was forced to tag, but he was able to see that pass coming off JB. But LA was open really all the time he has. Right there. Okay. That's what I have for Ginebra, coach.
Okay, I'm just trying to find Coach John again. For some reason, I can find it. So I think we'll go with Coach John a bit later. Oh, he's here.
All right.
There you go. Coach John, you're back.
Oh,
Coach,
okay.
you're back?
There.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you're back. So yeah, we were just
Sorry,
talking
guys.
about it. We were just talking about triangle. So what was your, I know you've got some videos there. I can play it on my end also, but
Yeah.
try to play it on your end.
Okay. We're talking about Ginebra.
Yes, Ginebra. So Coach Franco was able to talk about how they progress, but they still run the triangle set, the strong side and the corner pass option, which Coach Tim was calling the 1 pass and then the 4 pass.
And 4 pass, yeah.
Yes, so I think you can show that also. We'll try
Okay.
from your end, and then if it's not working, I'll try it from my end. Go.
Here, coach.
All right.
This is showing. Can you see the video?
Yes, yes.
All right, from here. So this is what Coach Tim was saying.
Not yet. It's just there we go. Go.
So the ball goes to Greg here. Right. So that's what Coach Tim was saying, the 1 pass, right? So from there, Dustin has option here. So again, with us facing Ginebra, what is deadly is always not just the triangles, the continuous, like Coach Tim was saying, the weak side action, the cuts and seals. That's more of what you have to guard. So again, if a Browley goes here at the baseline and seals, or goes here for the shot, the interior passing is the one that's hard to defend with and the continuous movement. So again, here, because Justin is playing three, is be guarded by Lassiter, so there's a mismatch there. Like Coach Tim was saying, opportunity shows themselves, and they get that easy basket over there. So that's one video. The other one will be the pass to the corner, which is Coach Tim was saying the pass 4, right?
Pass 4. Oop. Oh, we lost Coach again.
Can you see video?
Sorry for that. I'll try to share my screen, Coach.
Okay, it's not showing.
It's not showing. The triangle here. I'll try to show it from my screen.
Sorry, my internet is
Yeah, here.
unstable. Sorry for
Here you go. So you can see now, right? So this is what.
see it, Coach.
Yeah, this is what you're doing. You go. So go through what the action is.
I don't see, Coach. I see.
That's it. That's it. You're not seeing the
Coach Franco.
Franco, are you seeing the?
I think you lost the screen share, Coach. There you go. You're online.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
So this was what Coach John was talking about, the corner pass. So there was a back pick to a ball screen action. Coach John, can you see this?
I can't see you, Coach.
Oh, so I'm sharing the screen now with with what you were talking about, the corner action that you prepared.
Right, with the corner
Okay, go.
option. Well,
So-
with the corner option, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm
I
posting
can
the
see it
video.
now.
Okay, go.
So again, like Coach Tim was saying, they have an option here to go for a ball screen. And again, on the weak side, they don't stop. The thing is, their continuous movement. Again, like I said, that continuous movement is hard to defend because everybody's moving to the area, so you don't know if you're going to help or not. So that's what makes Coach Tim's triangle very hard to defend.
And also for the attendees, you see how the weak side are spaced. So that's also one thing that's harder to defend.
Yeah.
For the defenders to defend. All right, I think we have a pretty good idea of how the triangle is, but let's talk about our coach of the year. Of course, we have to talk about Coach Leo Austria and his San Miguel teams. Franco, can you share some videos on how you see what Coach Austria does in order, of course, to maximize Junmar Fajardo and maximize the players as he has?
Sure, Coach. Hold on.
Okay.
There we go. Putting up right now. Right.
Oh, you have the floor.
Okay. Okay, so we'll see here. I have 3 clips. Everything on the probably on the currently one of the best talent that we have here in the Philippines, arguably. All right, so they have him here early in the game, direct post. All right, now Junmar is there. We'll see here the nearest defender in Poly digging, but really not committing. Who's there? He's trying to do some cat and mouse. All right, then Junmar sees that, so he naturally can't go middle. His read was going baseline. He feels it. He gets some leverage off of Rafi Rivas, and he makes a basket. Do it one more time. All right, initial entry pass. Paulie getting the dig. Junmar getting the leverage from Rafi. Right there. So what do you do? Would you double off of Junmar, or if you don't, then it's really not many guys who can match up against him even during import conference. So teams starts to double. Now, when you start to double, what happens? Guys becomes free up, especially on the weak side. The next clip would be this. All right, there's an entry pass. Now Junmar slides into the post, and he gets the ball. And you see here the passer dumps it, and the passer cuts. But I think this is the Hess, if I'm not mistaken. Mahindra doubles from the passer, from the nearest guy. So the double comes and go. So there's a virtual 4-on-3 with the top guy right here. We progress the frame. And right there, you see on this part of the court, nearest the basket, there's a 2-on-1. Right? We leave this Aldrich Ramos. Now he's in trouble. And it's an easy basket. Right? Now, so single coverage with Junmar, you'll probably score against him. Double team against Junmar, probably pass it. Someone else is free. Then they have shooters around. Now, what if in an import conference, import who's equally a threat at the post, and Junmar is at the weak side? This would happen. Okay, we'll see here. Import, Macalo has the ball at the post. Now we see Junmar at the weak side. Now, where did the double come from? From their import, Terrence Jones. Terrence Jones goes to the double, and there's a 4-on-3 on this weak side. 3 white players and 4 SMB players. And whoever, just pick anyone among those 3. You cannot match up against Junmar. That starts the problem right there. Watch it again on full speed. Ball at the post. Junmar on the weak side. Double comes in. And there we go. There goes a problem. All right.
They do a lot of beat the double action. Sorry, Coach John, can you try to, Coach John? I think Coach John is. Let's continue on. I know we Coach John prepared. There's a lot of teams that run the motion, the dribble motion, or ball screen motion offense, and we'll try to give some examples that Coach Ja sent me, and Coach Franco, feel free also to give your take on those. I know Alaska runs a lot of the flow offense, and Coach John also sent me a lot of stuff about the flow offense that we'll try to share also. But one team that runs the flow offense or the ball screen motion offense is, wait, let me share, is Talk and Tex with Coach Dickel. So again, part of the roles of the video guy or the assistant coach or whoever does film, they watch live and they watch on film. So this is how they flow in their ball screen motion offense or motion flow offense. So because they maximize how they have a shooting bigs. So especially Troy is shooting big, and they had a former import who can shoot also from the outside. and they have Jason Castles pretty good with the ball screen, so it's a very good action for them to run.
So what the flow motion offense gives us would be the spacing for the one-on-one guys to beat and for the kick-outs to happen, standstill threes. That's one of them. Standstill threes, one of the best shooters, big guy shooters.
Okay, so there are some more examples that Coach John sent on the reads or. Okay. We're just waiting on Coach to come back, but again, credit to him. So this is against rain or shine. So another there, a flare. See how they will run it based on how the other teams react on it. That flare.
See right there, Coach. Basically, similar elements to what the triangle gives. Continuous movement, strong side movement. There's a corresponding weak side movement. So defense has to be on their toes, has to be aware of the actions.
All right. Okay, and I know I didn't want you to share it, but I asked Coach John to share his Alaska flow offense, of course.
Well, I can share my Phoenix flow offense.
So, okay, I don't want them to get in trouble with their head coaches, but I can. There's no secret in the PBA.
Yeah, all these videos are from YouTube. So what we did was just cut it out.
Oh, Coach John, you're back.
Sorry, Coach.
It's all right. It's all right. I just played your Phoenix stuff. No. I just played the flow offense from the talk and text that you did.
Okay.
And, we're moving on to how Alaska runs it. I don't want to put Coach Franco on the spot, but you were the one who sent me this video, and
yeah.
So again,
let me see, Coach, if it plays now. All right.
Yeah, this is Alaska. How they flow off their. I know this was the time of Alex Compton, but they still run a couple of this. So again, that action, that first pass to the ball screen. Yeah, are you seeing it, Coach?
Now I'm seeing it, Coach.
Okay, you can go through the action. So from your viewpoint.
Yeah, this is Alaska's version of flow offense, the backdoor handoff. Okay, going now, they reverse it, and comes the backdoor handoff. At any point here, Coach, papos dun sa high-low ni Coach.
Okay.
Right. At any point there, because you have Vic Manuel, you have Sanitos, who are good sealers in the post. Every time this happens on the backdoor, there's a tendency that they would seal that high reversal. So you gotta watch out for that. If there's nothing, they pop out. They're at it again. Sometimes, Coach, instead of cutting, there you see there's a screen. It's a pin down to a handoff. That's another read or option that they do. This time it's still Banchero, so Banchero is really good in ball screen, then he will use that ball screen afterwards. So another option, they reverse it. Instead of a backdoor, this is the pin down. Again, Trotter now going for a high-low, like I said. So they're dangerous with that now. They reverse it, and Trotter went for a side ball screen. And I think here, after, he will get a jumper, free jumper, because it's an open area when he rolls. So Alaska is really good at this. It's probably before anyone has really married to the flow offense, they were already using this, and them and Rain or Shine. So they're pretty good at it because they've been doing it a long time already.
Yeah, it's an influence also of I think one of their consultant, Coach Pat Beveridge, who visited their practice on preseason with Alaska. Am I right, Coach Franco?
Oh, a couple of years ago, yeah. Coach.
Yeah. So here's another that Coach John sent us.
Yeah, with here, coach. So from that motion, they do some sets or a quick. So instead of going to that just continuous flow, they call it. I believe it's two. They go for, instead of going backdoor, you see Simon make a shallow cut there.
Or
They
Coach
reverse it.
Fern in our earlier webinars called this the Irish cut. So this is a shallow cut.
Shallow
So-
cut or an Irish cut. Every coach has a different term. But they shallow cut now, they go straight to that top ball screen. Again, Vic on a short roll there, that's very deadly. Vic on a short on the post up there is very deadly. So again, that's a good wrinkle that they run against on their motion offense.
Coach Franco didn't want to reveal the
Understandable.
play call, but yeah.
Can I reserve my right to self-incrimination?
All right. So here's another option. Can you run through it, Coach?
I'm running lots of Alaska plays here.
Yeah, we'll go through Phoenix next.
I'm
Okay.
standby.
Go.
Again, it's another option that they go for a pin down instead. This was the same on the motion, but like here, instead of Anmisi using for the ball screen, Casio will be the one. So it's not a shallow cut, it will be a pin down. Again, Casio will be the one using the top ball screen.
So it's almost like they ended up like a horn set, which will go on later also.
And here, coach, when you see that, the one rolling is actually House on the baseline. So it's a double roll. So he will roll and trace the ball from the weak side, coach, there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll use it House with roll and trace the ball side, and then that will leave toss with the roll. Or if the guard on the weak side, because that's the only guy who's going to help on toss, then they will skip it to a shooter who's not number 13. Is that Hanmisi? I think it's
Hanmisi.
And Hanmisi, if you give him an open shot there, it's deadly.
So what you were talking about is that this guy couldn't help.
Yeah, because
the big went to the other side, so this guy would not help because of Hanmisi.
But he will choose. If he will choose, then if he chooses to help there, then Hanmisi will be free. Again, another a set that they run against opposite of their motion offense.
Okay, I'll give you your time, Mr. Franco, Coach Franco. And then I know Phoenix runs a similar set or a variation on how they run the ball screen motion. So lead me through, lead our attendees about it.
All right. There you go, Coach. Are we good?
Yes, yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. So, yeah, pretty much similar. So you see there 5-out formation with this first big going onto the lift. There's a backdoor cut. And then there's a handoff reversal. There's that cut. Now there's an initial ball screen right here. And then they swing it. And there comes the attack. Step up ball screen again with the, when there's a space in between the man of the screener and man of the defender of the screener, then you leave the man on the ball by himself on an island. Right there. And then look at 5 guys. The defender, the weak side defenders are facing the ball, and there's a good corner drift here by Alex Magliari, and it's open. He has all day. There. Another one here. There's that three-man game with the cut leading to that handoff. And then there's that screen. And Matthew Wright, pretty much it's a 2 versus 1. Offense has the advantage. And you see right there, it's an open space for him. It's a gimme for Matthew Wright. Right there. I think it's an end one, if I'm not mistaken.
What do you call this play, Coach John?
I forgot, Coach.
All right. Coach Louis will kill you.
Coach.
Okay.
There's another one here. Okay, there's the screen. This time here, instead of setting the screen, so dog cut all through to the weak side. There's another step up and then another step up. Good hesitation, corner drift. There you go. Identical.
Can you play that again on real time? Because it's a bit laggy. So, yeah. And so there are similarities and variations to how the ball screen motion, they run the ball screen motion, or some aspects of the ball screen motion as run by Alaska, as Phoenix, because Coach Louis was also a staff from Coach Alex Compton when they were in Alaska. So okay, they kind of progressed to this action. Okay.
All right, there. Initial reverse. Didn't choose to reverse. Went to the three-man side. Cut through screen. It's the same play. Coach just replayed it.
Okay. Good. So, Coach John, did Coach Franco get it right to play?
Yes, Coach.
All right. So very
Yes,
good.
Coach.
Very good. So let's move on. Like I know. How about Coach Yang?
Mm-hmm.
I know Coach Yang loves the A set or the horn set.
Horn set? Yeah.
Yes, Franco first. Franco, can you what do you have on Coach Yang?
Coach John has the end.
Yeah, Coach.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will have
Yeah, Coach, pa-play yung
I have our
Yes.
sponsor.
Wait. Yes. Let me open the files of
yung 4 down, Coach.
4 down.
Yeah.
So again, since the scout, they scout all the teams, so they will have files of the videos that the teams the teams run. So which one do you want me to play, Coach? The high post or the 4?
4 down.
4 down. All right. Okay, so 4 down. Again, you're getting the secrets right from the spies of the PBA.
Yeah, Coach.
You-
Well, yeah. Entry to the high post. Now here, Coach, there's an option for a dribble handoff all the way. But if they don't dribble handoff all the way, so they pass to the big. That's the horn set. 2 bigs up, dribble handoff. If they don't dribble handoff, he will curl, he pass to the big, and it will become a pin down. And they have an opportunity for a high low there because a big guy pinning down a shooter. So again, pass to the big. There, that's the pin down. Big guy pinning down a guard, so they have an opportunity for a high low.
Okay, well, there's more actions.
Yeah, another reads or wrinkles that they do, Coach, yung stagger or whatever play that's yung
This one. Wait, let me share again.
I'm sorry, my internet is unstable. So good thing, Coach, I sent the videos kay Coach.
Here.
So there. So same entry, pass to the now. If he doesn't go for a handoff and he fakes the handoff, the guard will curl, again pass to the big. Now he will curl and set a back pick to that big, who may just pass the ball to, I think, Kinyahan, passing to Magat. I think that's Magat, number 7. Miranda.
Poy Aram.
So there. and it will be a back.
So yeah, there's a back pick set
There,
to a
and we
screen.
will set a back pick to Hinyahan. Possible how? And a screen to screener. And again, what makes this play deadly? Because Coach Yang allows every guy to take a 3-point shot when it's free. So if they put their guys at the corner, that space, you have to respect them. And even the big guy coming out, if they're coming out there and the handoff is free, they have a license to take that shot. That's why with those action, it's hard to. So you have to pick, or you gotta decide where your help's coming from or how you defend it. So another option there, Coach. There's another one, the one
Yes.
that's the stagger.
Okay.
So this is just on one play, or they flow it. Sometimes they call it,
Multiple option.
but sometimes they call it four side na may option. But minsan, even if they call just 4 down, it will be a read.
Okay. Is this it or another? This is the same one.
So pass to the dribble handoff to the wing, Coach.
Oh, sorry. I'm not used to anymore with the video. During my time, it was all VHS.
You started.
VHS.
During my time, I started as a video coordinator. Even Coach Poe started as a video coordinator. So it's a good way to start for our young coaches.
Here, dribble handoff to the wing. Again, pass to the big. Now, the difference will be, it will be a dribble handoff, and another stagger who cut through. Anytime they curl, the big guy will pop out and have that space. Again, like I said, if big guys come out free, they have a license to take the shot. With coaching system, he actually is mad if he's open and doesn't take the shot. So that's another way, a wrinkle that they do on their A-set horns option.
So we know that Coach Yang came from Rain or Shine. So do you have any Rain or Shine plays? So Coach Kaloy was an assistant.
Yeah, I have a couple.
So, all right. So the similarities also the difference in Coach Kaloy's offense with Coach Yang. I think Coach Franco now will show you our attendees.
Coach, horn set ng Ross, Coach, I have that.
Yes. I will also
please,
show.
Please play the Ross I sent
Okay.
you, Coach.
Okay.
Again, we're talking about horns. Every team in the PBA runs the regular horns.
Okay.
But these are other horn sets that Rain or Shine does. So again, they go for 2 big setting screens. Instead of using the screen, they'll pass to 1 big, pass to the big, cut, fake handoff, and it becomes a big-to-big ball screen. Now, with them, Gabe playing the 4, it's good to use that ball screen. Even Bo playing the 4, he can use that ball screen. And if they have that import also, they do this. And again, and it flows right to their motion offense. If they don't have that quick shot, if they don't have the high low, they will go to their flow offense, which is backdoor handoff. So that's another horns option. Different naman from Ross, Coach.
All right. There's another one.
Do you want from your sponsor, Coach, Blackboard?
Yeah. For our Plex set. So we'll go through that.
Some horns.
Horns. Coach Franco with the horns, Coach.
Okay, with your horn set, Coach Franco. With
Yeah.
let's move to Blackwater.
Yeah.
Coach Aris was running last conference, and maybe Coach Nash will run some of it this conference, this coming conference. You
Using
ready?
the of dribble entry, now I'll show Blackwater Horns post entry. Right. You're good?
Yes.
Here, there we go. So there's the A set. You see the A set ball on top. Okay. Now instead of dribbling, pass through. There's a pin down. Then there's a little elevator action right there. Okay. It's a shooter. You can shoot it. Mike DeGore, I think, has the license to shoot that. He got covered. Continuity. Ball screen. They can choose to attack that. But there's a flash right there from Bobby Ray. He got fouled. There's another one right here. A set. Elbow entry. Same action. Pin down. But different option. Bobby Ray chose to post up. And then Mike fed him. And look at this. Wrapped up. Getting that good space. The man of Tratter helped. Bobby Ray making a good pass. Knocking him down. See that once again. Full speed. Pin down. Instead of cutting up using the elevator, he posts up. Invites the help. Perimeter shot. Abu. Same. There.
Hey, our coaches from the Blackwater Elite team, our team, are tuned in and are attending. Special shout out to Coach Benji, who's in, and Coach Gilbert. So shout out to you guys, and also Coach Tino, so who's also tuned in. All right. Before we move forward, how many? There's a question here from. From Coach Gilbert. How many previous games of your upcoming opponents do you scout or review for your video presentation? Some would say 3 games before actual games. What are your thoughts?
Go ahead, Coach John.
Any of you can answer.
Okay. We concentrate on the most recent, but as much as all we can watch, we'll have to watch. We watch all games, but going on live, well, some of our coaches are really watch. All of our Coach Chris and Coach Mel, they really watch every game that they can watch live. As long as there's no conflict with our practices, they're there. So pretty much all. But we concentrate on the more recent, or the more recent 3 games or 4 games that they play.
How about with Alaska? Your what's?
Yeah, personally believe in a good number would be 3, maybe 5 games prior. But as much games as you could watch, and the more games that you watch, the better. And yeah, there's a lot of truth with that. Scouting live is really different from scouting from a broadcast copy. So whenever we have the chance to watch live, we want to watch live, and as much games as we could. Now, if there's because we meet each team's 3 conferences in a year, pretty much we know them. But there are some stuff that you might overlook, and you don't want that. That's why you exhaust all the games that you have. Plus pre-seasons, we have tune-up games. We also watch those games.
I know it's much easier now with with the technology and with the Mac or with whatever program that you use with Final Cut Pro. Coach Jalma is in attendance, and I know that Coach Jalma, I know he came from the old school, also going to the new school, and we started off with VHS, and I don't want to put him on a spot with the age, but do you use also your video clips for player development? It's a question from Coach Ian.
Hi, Coach Ian. I've been watching the webinars, and I've been seeing some questions here, and you've been supporting this. Okay, yeah. That's self-scouting for sure, for sure. We use it to scout our opponents, but at the same time we scout ourselves. We see where we can develop or we can adjust, and it's different from just saying it to really seeing you doing it. So video was a really good teaching tool and a correction tool.
How about on your case, Coach John?
Yes, like Coach said, it's a good. It's different if you see yourself on video. Sometimes your players think that they're doing the things right, and then you show them you're not actually doing the things that you're supposed to do. So it's definitely must actually Coach Louis really, and not just Coach Louis. I think all the coaches that I've coach under, they're really even they're really focused on the team, on what we're doing, as much as we focus on the opponents. So videos on individuals, videos on our plays. And if I go back to Coach Gilbert question, not just we just watch the games, the recent games, we also watch the previous games that we faced them, because like Coach Franco said, we face in PBA, we have 3 conferences, we face them a lot, all right, in 1 year. So you go back to where you last played them, and you get some things that they would like to do against you, or how they defended you the last time, and how were they effective against that, and how they were doing their ball screen defenses. So it's good also to look at your previous games against them, as much as watching what they're doing right now.
Okay, excellent. And you mentioned that coaches that you've coached with or learned from. I think one of them is Coach Norman Black. So I'd like to pick what you sent me on what Coach Norman likes to run, especially in maximizing his import, the Durham. So
we're going to Durham already, Coach. All right.
Yes. Let's go to Durham.
So majority will post up Durham, but this play, if Durham is on the weak side, all right. So we call it half. That shuffle cut, and then he will curl back to screen for Durham. So this is another way. So off ball, that Durham gets the ball. So majority of the time on ball siya. So this is another good look for him. Off ball naman. So the ball is on the post on the other side. He will set that screen, shuffle, and a pin down. It will curl back to screen for him. For that, he attacked, and this one, same. Instead of he curled, he came out and pop out for the jumper. So that's another option that they do. The basic one will be will be just fist that will post up. Ano yan, Coach? Fist.
Wait. Up. Fist. Let me run through fist. Here. Are you seeing?
Yeah.
Are you seeing this?
Yes, Coach. Yes, Coach.
You seeing fist? Wait. Is it playing now?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. All right. Go.
So fist is just a post up. Now, usually, Coach Norman will call it early, and will see, and he will read what is the defense of the team. So he calls it like here. It's the first quarter. He'll call it early, so he'll know what post defense is the scheme for Durham that day. And from there he has different calls on different. If like this, the defense, you can see Ashaolu is zoning right away up upon the post up. Ashaolu is already posting on the zone area, and after that he has an option to double. So after he sees that, he can now call a different play to to maximize that post up. Will be this time, even on two guys, Durham can score. But Coach Norman knows he doesn't want to force that all the time with two guys. So sometimes, Coach, go to the next yung fist down. Before he was doing this, hasn't done it recently, but just to give you fist down, Coach. Other place. Meralco, other place. Fist down.
Okay. I've got the blocker. Wait up. I'll play this first while I find the
What's this, Coach?
blocker.
Blocker is his motion offense that big guys are setting. Priority ng big guys is setting the screen. So pin downs, flares. If they don't have it, let's set a ball screen. So initial yan will be pinned down and that's their motion. And again, if they don't have it, big guys are setting. Now they pass to the corner. Here you pass to the corner, up screen by Paundo. So again, it's their motion that they can do. Can you hear me, Coach?
Yes, wait.
So from there, from blocker mover, it's a lot of movement. Their motion offense. If at any point in time they can see a mismatch like Newsome there, you can post them up. From there, they will just play space out, see where the difference is going to double or come from. So from blocker mover motion, they will see the mismatches and they will get post ups.
Thank you. I can't seem to find the other, but we'll go through. Coach Franco, what do you have on Magnolia? Coach Franco, your volume.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't muted.
Okay. So what do you have on Magnolia?
Zipper place.
Zipper place. So zipper place. So, Coach, you can share the zipper place.
All right.
All right.
Okay. There's a screen. Zipper to ball screen. There. Continuity. So it's a 2 ball screen set. All right. See it one more time.
So again, they're maximizing their guards. Their guards are very good with ball screens.
So this is like a ball screen of a movement. Whenever you get a guy coming off the move and set the ball screen for him, that's a really good play. Initial. There's a good job there by the defense catching the drive, and then they go to another to their secondary attack. Right. So it's PJ Simon and Paul Lee. Really, both lethal threats, and we see here the defense initial ball on ball defense gets caught on the screen. Screener defense is too deep, and Paulie likes that. He'll knock it down anytime. 3. Another one right here for Paulie coming off that zipper cut with Pingris getting that surprise ball screen. 2-man game. All right, reverse. Okay, from there would be a sort of a breakdown, but you see right here for the screen, they try to get some action. Initial set, defense does a good job, and there's a skip, opens up the floor right there. Knocks it in, Justin Melton.
Okay. Yeah, we move. We go back, John, with what I think I found the file. So again,
Yung kay Durham, coach, yung kay Durham.
this one. So it's just some other special play.
Yeah, this is another way that they isolate. So this is flashed. So it's just a simple, again, coach, if you can rewind. So it's a simple rub screen to get Durham there. That's the rub screen from Baser. And again, guard screening a big, so there's no switch there. So just to get Durham a quick open look, and that's all he needs. If he can choose to attack that, that's an isolation play.
It's
That's
like a triangle action also, a little pitch post action or blind pig action.
Mm-hmm. So that's another way and to get him the ball. And the other one, coach, I'll say another look. This is not for Durham. He pins down, he curls, and now he doesn't go for an isolation. It becomes a two-man game.
All right. Okay. I know we're giving them too much videos, but coach has a presentation also. So yeah, you must stay for that also, and we can share that presentation also, especially for those who wants to start with like a video coordinator job, or I think I found the pin. Four-side baseline or
face down.
Face down. I found it.
So again, So again, like I said kanina, coach will post up early, right? So he will know how he's being defended. So the next time.
Yeah, I remember they love this play when we were during our time with Phoenix.
Yeah,
they would run this a lot.
So they have a stretch for Hugnatan. They would screen, and on that post entry, they would screen the big man for an open shot. So if Ranidel was there, that's a good option also. So again, like I said earlier, big guy sagging down, this is a great counter that he does. So if the big guy sags down to them, they will just pin down the shooter, big man pop out. If that's Ranidel, if there's Hugnatan, that's an open look.
Excellent. Excellent eyes. So Coach Franco, what teams do still have with you?
Yeah, since we talked about in the past webinars, we talked about the Spain ball screen.
Yes, perfect.
Dig into my files. So it's by Indra, who's now goes on a different here. Let me see. Hold on, coach.
Mahindra or Columbia Jeep.
Don't seem to find it.
Coach John, I'll move to you a little bit while Coach is discuss more on this action by Colombian Jeep and Coach John.
Zipper, yeah.
Zipper, yeah.
So Coach Franco was talking about zipper. So zipper play, a lot of PBA teams are doing it. Most of them are doing it on a sideline inbound also. So if you would rewind it, Coach, this is a double zipper play. So from the inbound zipper, now CJ Perez, that's a pin down zipper. And another pin down on the weak side for CJ and for a ball screen. So that opens this area for CJ penetrating or creating. And that's how it's very hard to guard CJ If you're guarding him off a pin down, as soon as he catch it, you're just recovering. And then there's a ball screen, a punch ball screen going for you. That's hard to defend. And with the speed of CJ, that's normally going to take a lot of defenders with him.
So you will run this, just for the sake of our attending, you will run this in practice also before you play your opponent. Will you walk through this, or how do you do it, coaches?
Yes, we do a lot of runouts in the PBA. We do a lot of reviews on our play, continuous, especially if you get imports. You get additional players, you get traded, and you get imports in 2 conferences. You gotta review all your plays. That is also the reason, like Coach Tim was saying, it's hard to teach the triangle in just a smaller part of time. So he will have to cram. That's also probably another reason why he likes to get Justin all the time, because he's used to the system already. So he gets a lot of imports that are used to already. So we review a lot of plays on practices all of these plays. It has to be the player's responsibility to know them by heart.
Franco, have you seen the file?
Again, Coach, were you asking about running opponent's plays in
Yes.
practice?
How do you run opponent's plays in practice?
Okay, yeah, got it, Coach. So let me start with the type of learners by a psychologist known as Howard Barb. They're usually, based on research, there are 3 types of learners: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Visual learners. So we present it. Depending on the teams, the head coach can present it, assistant coaches can present it. Show the video, you diagram it. Maybe some give playbooks, written diagrams for the visual learners, because each person has his way of processing information, how he makes his neurons tick, and we have to hit that. Not necessarily if you're a visual learner, you're just a visual learner. It can intertwine. You can more of a visual learner, but you can also benefit into an auditory learner. So on an auditory learner, they need to hear. They need to have some feedback. So you present and you talk. Maybe you have to, if need be, you have to pull them out a bit and then talk to them. And then the kinesthetic learner. That's where the walkthrough come in. Apart from seeing, apart from hearing, players, especially those who are kinesthetic learners, and we know athletes like to move. That's just why they are how they are wired. They have that gift physically, and it's more fruitful or productive for them if they do the plays. We go on from walking through it. We go on from having a dummy defense, then progressing into a live one. So the learning, we try to hit all of those stuff just so to cater the different learning needs of each individual. And this can go on across ages. Young children to pros can benefit on that. Some teams have scouting teams. Like I believe when we were in the PBL coach area, they have a scouting team. Some teams use their 3rd group. Some teams rotate their groups. If you have 3 groups, maybe the first team would go on defense first, second team play on offense, and then they go on that line down the road.
Thank you. I know you have a presentation, but maybe we can share to the attendees the presentation that you did on scouting, or do another session with you, or you can go through the last part with for the last part. Out of timeout, I know there's some questions about out of timeout. Do you? I'll put you on the spot. Both of you, let's play like I'm your head coach. So it's crunch time. So they call the timeout.
Yeah, I think Coach would like to ask about Phoenix. Do you?
What plays do you want to run? What play is our opponent gonna run? Coach Franco, what play would the other team run? Can you So are you ready with that?
I'd like to share this. There's one
Okay.
one play that they like running for Matthew, right?
Okay, that will be very interesting. And Coach John also has a video for other teams.
All right. But it's not late game. The picture the clip I got, yeah, it's under 1 minute. All right. So the broadcast copy, the broadcast went in kind of late. All right. Oh wait, there you go. Are you seeing that? Okay.
Yes.
20 passes made, and then they go into the box set. Box set with this. There you go. 4 guys in the box, and usually the shooter, the best shooter, Matthew Wright, baseline cuts. He goes through. He sets the screen. All right, for the second big, I think it's Perkins. All right, but then they I think we call this a KD action, screen to a screener. He receives a screen and then he comes.
Coach John is too quiet. Okay.
Sorry, Coach.
Okay.
All right.
Disconnected again.
And then Matthew Wright goes into a dead sprint using that 2 sprints off that baseline with the ball getting swung, and bam! I think he just missed this, but he usually makes that shot. There's another one right here, same set.
What do you call this, Coach John?
Coach, nadi-disconnect ako eh. Sorry. Hina lang
Okay.
nagloloko internet ko eh.
All right. I'll ask Coach Benji of Blackwater and Coach Gilbert. I'm sure they know this play.
I think I can hear you clearly, Coach.
Okay, go. Okay, go.
All right, good. All right, there's a box set again. There's just a little wrinkle. Kramer right here received a back screen on the weak side, but essentially they still went into that box set. And as Matthew Wright goes into that baseline cut, the ball's getting swung. All right, but this is just a misdirection. You see the screen coming, and there's the KD action, and he goes dead sprint, but then the screen was not set that good, and so the defense of Matthew Wright was able to tail him. Comes out. There's no need for Rafi to help, but he helped anyway. And then there's no defense of Matthew Wright was able to catch up. Go to their breakdown. What's their breakdown? One of their breakdowns would be setting up the ball screen from the baseline or a step up ball screen. And there, 2 guys, you create a 4-on-3 with a good screen. Did you see that duck in that of Doug? All right. Whenever there's a strong side action, a weak side action, and when you see, good read by Doug Kramer, when you see your defense not looking at you, not ready, seal him off. Okay? This Paulie got beat, and there's a ton of space for Perkins to make a shot. Okay.
All right. All right. Excellent. Excellent. And Coach John, I know Coach Mono is in attendance, so I want to put you on spot to see if you were able to read what their sideline out of bounds play is.
Sideline, Coach. Again, here, it's very simple but very effective, and they like to go here. They just reverse the ball, Paulie starting from below, and again, Paulie, like similar to CJ was doing, them coming out and then coming out from bottom to up. You're chasing them and then go straight to a ball screen. It's going to be hard for the guard to stay with them.
So this time it's not from zipper, so the big man pops out, so that he won't get denied by the opponent's big man.
Both bigs, and that creates a lot of space inside, Coach, because both bigs are up. So again, all you need is Paulie, and Paulie is tremendous in the ball screen. He reads the ball screen defense very well. It's easy for him. And another thing, coach, I like another play that they have is the baseline play that they have.
Yes.
I think I have there the baseline play.
Well,
And
let me share it also.
again, if you have Paul Lee, very smart, very good shooter, quick. So on the baseline, first, Paul Lee from the outside. So Paul Lee on the corner gets a flex screen and then sets a back pick for Romeo Travis. And that move is deadly. All right, so at that time, Paul Lee was starting from the corner. Next video, if you play that, coach.
Okay, I'll just play it from the start.
Yeah. Another option. Now Paulie is the one inbounding. All right. So same play.
Same play, but now it's Paulie.
Paulie.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. If you rewind it, coach. Here.
Right here.
Instead of a back pick, it becomes a pin down for Baroka. Now here. Now Paulie has a choice here. You can either use Revis, Rafi, or who's the other one?
Sanggalang.
Yeah. So again, he has a choice there. If you're guarding him on one side, he'll go to the other. So again, that's a good play that they run. And I think it's very hard to defend, especially if that's Paulie. And all he needs is just a little space for that shot.
Excellent. And I hope Coach Mon confirms what their call sign for that play is. All right. What else do we have? What else do you want me to show?
Are we done with the diamond? TNT, coach. TNT, they do a similar thing on the baseline inbound.
Baseline inbound. All right. I'll show TNT's baseline inbound. I know it's shown there. This one, right?
Yeah. Very. Okay. Now from them, big will just pop, and they reverse to the guard. Now here, it's a pin down to the big, and then it becomes a screen to screener. And that Pogoy, normally Pogoy is free on that corner shot. Right, again, reverse, a pin down to the big, coming out, and a screen to screener here. So normally, they won't have the shot.
Okay.
We just lose him, coach.
All right. Well, we went reverse way. Coach Franco, can you go through your slides for our attendees? Okay. Just we have like 10 minutes left, but I know it. You can share them.
Okay.
We could just make it a bit quicker. But we will share the PowerPoint presentation. It's just that I don't want to to left out of your presentation because when you presented it. So again, the important role of video coordinators or scouts or whatever you run, it's spies. So coach has a presentation for all of you that he will share, and I want him to still go through it with it. Okay, coach, the floor is yours.
Thank you, coach. Appreciate that. Are we online?
Yes. Recon, know the enemy.
Okay. Recon, know the enemy. Actually, I was watching one of the webinars when Coach Ariel asked me if I can present, and of course, it's a great honor to share the little that I know. Hopefully, coaches, everyone watching in this webinar, be able to get piece, maybe one or two things from what I've shared. I will run you through how I personally make my scouting clips. All right, recon, know thy enemy. So it's actually when I coined this title, I don't know that what Coach Ariel is titled yet. So he told me the next day, and it's a great match. Scouting Spies, recon. Okay. I want to start with this: The Art of War. It's a military text on by Sun Tzu on military tactics. He says three situations. He says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Second, if you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And third, if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. All of us would like to be in that first situation. We know our team and we know the other team as well. Reconnaissance. The title of my presentation, Recon, is a slang for reconnaissance. What's reconnaissance? On Cambridge Dictionary, reconnaissance is the process of getting information about enemy forces or positions. Pardon me for that comparison on the military. Maybe I'm a military geek, but works well. All right, which information do we want to get? Information includes first, individual tendencies, the personnel, information of the personnel. Next, team tendencies, the X's and O's. Next info would be the coach tendencies, his decision making, how he adjusts. You would want to read that. And then fourth would be the supplemental informations, the things that would back up what you see in the video. This information would be stats, numbers, and while you're there, go into the venue characteristic. I don't know if you're familiar. Coach, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure, but correct me if I'm wrong. I see Jerry Tarkanian, UNLV's Running Devils. In the US, they usually have this home and away. And one of the ploy would be, if you'll be hosting a team that likes to quick inbound, you change the nets to tighter ones, so the ball won't go through as quick as when you have a looser net.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Coach?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, let's go on to the prep. Of course, first you get to have your schedule, set your calendar, work around your game schedule, and identify the place that you can watch, the games that you could attend. Or of course, barring in the PBA, we have out-of-town games. You can't go there. And then watching live games. Make sure you watch live games. You would miss a lot if you, as opposed from watching on broadcast. Then when you sit down, imagine this: you're in the arena, you take out your notepad and your notebook, and you make a play-by-play account, right? Of each game that you scout. This would give you a record where you can come back to later on. Then, of course, after the game, get a copy of the games. Raw copy. There's 2 copies. If I'm not mistaken, all teams have their own video guide, so they get their raw copy. And then, of course, we also have our broadcast copy. We are lucky because the PBA uploads the games and we can just download it there. I use FreeMake, but there are a lot more softwares there you could use. And then keep abreast of any news that could help in your scout. Included would be lineup change, injury report, when a player has a set return to play date, or if a player would sit out the game. Right, preliminary. This is the preliminary information going into the actual video splicing. All right, identify the personnel rotation of the team you're scouting. The starters, the game starters and the second half starters. Usually the same, but can be different. Depth chart. Identify their first point guard, second stringer point guard, and third point guard, and then go on deep to that until the 5th guy position. Identify the scorers, the shooters, post threat, if they use special lineup. You see that, and then another aspect would be the statistics, glaring stats. Let me just get my pointer right here. All right, so team stats. Now, this may be a lot of information. It's really like that. As a scout, you get a lot of information, videos, numbers, but it's your job to get a sizable chunk of that information. You present to the coaches and then you present to the players, make it manageable. Right, I'll let you go through this. PPG, points per game, get from stats. Total offense output. PPGA, points per game allowed. Usually how they fare on defense. Field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, free throw percentage, transition points, OREB, offensive rebound, defensive rebound, total rebounds, APGs, assists per game, and steals per game. All those you have to know, but not everything you have to include. Only those are pertinent. And then individual tendencies, excuse me. Top scorers, top rebounders, playmakers, assists per game, and then identify the key points on defense and defense, on offense and defense. I'm sorry, a 1 or 2, maximum of 3 probably. All right, and then the works. This is where the actual battle goes through, cutting, splices. All right, first. So imagine this. I walk you through the what we see, how we watch the video. Identify an overall team. Are they a running game? Are they a slow down game? Do they execute, setting up their shooters, go to the post? Are they a pressing team? If they if they're a pressing team, I'll probably start my clip with that. Maybe 2 or 3 plays of their pressing and how it affects, just to reinforce that idea. And then second set would be transition or primary break. How they want to run. How do if they are running, how do they do it? Is it every time on opportunity, turnover? Do they force the turnovers to run, or they stay disciplined and run on unforced turnovers? Do they quick inbound off a field goal, quick inbound off a made free throw? And when they do run, how do they advance the ball? Do they get the pass ahead, or do they dribble down court? Do they run as a team or personal based? Are their bigs adept at rim running, sealing a basket? Right. So then we go to the secondary break. So this is the third chunk of the clip, of the total clip. Secondary break. This usually happens when there's no transition available. There's no primary break available. And on secondary break, we note the formation. Is it 5 out secondary break formation, 4 out 1 in, 3 out 2 in? And what are the triggers, the actions? Do they DHO is a dribble handoff, or do they set early ball screen from baseline, go middle, or do they want to reverse it? They want to hit the post, and all those actions. And then after the secondary break set would be the tertiary break, or the half courts. Identify the most run plays, the quick hitters or the audibles. Do they use audibles, quick hitters, I mean verbal cues, they call it? Or do they go continuity plays, the triangle, the flow motion, examples of continuity plays. Again, this might be a lot, but include only those that are pertinent to the team you're scouting. Then their breakdown offense. They have no transition, no success on the tertiary break. Pretty much this is the last 7-8 seconds of the shot clock. How do they manufacture an attempt or a score? Do they go to ball screen, a DHO, a post, a pinch action? They go to the elbow and lay off from there, or isolation. And then special situations, include their clips on special situations. Special situations meaning if they're up, how do they delay the game? How do they use up the clock? Now, if the team is trying to catch up, how do they push the tempo? What are their ATOs, or in between quarters? What are their OOBs, or out of bounds? Sideline, baseline, COB, 75 feet, 3/4 court. And what are their formation in a quick 2, quick 3, or if they have time to burn, execution 2, or off execution 3. Right, so pretty much the offense part. And then the last part to show some defense. Defense, let's identify their default. They primarily a man defending team. And if that's so, how do they handle the different actions? How do they handle the pick and roll? The pick and roll on top, the pick and roll on the corner, the pick and roll at the wing. How do they handle the post? Do they defend one-on-one? Do they send a double of the baseline from the middles? Do they switch the zone? And how do they change the momentum, change up? Do they play zone? If they do play zone, what kind of zone? 2-3, 1-2-2, 1-3-1? Or do they play a special defense, box and one, triangle and two, or a jump defense wherein you pass right, you play zone, you pass left, you play man? And their pick-up point if they want to press. Pick-up point meaning do they pick up full court, 3/4 court, half court, or quarter court, really disciplined. Now, do they want to double? If they double, what's the temperament of their double? Do they double right away on the receive, on the inbound? Or do they double from on blind side? Or do they double on trapping zones once they cross the half court line? Right, so you identify those things. And then when we have those, we go into the war room. War room meaning this is where the debate happens. And before we present it before you present it to the team, the head coach with the whole staff has to hear it. And you have to come up with a decision on how to play the other team, on what you will do as a team. And so really some heated battles here. You really want to put your position to your opponent and what do they want to do. I want to present here a quote from a former Secretary of State of the US, Colin Powell. He said, "When we are debating an issue, loyalty means giving me your honest opinion. Whether you think I like it or not, disagreement at this stage stimulates me. But once a decision is made, the debate ends. And from that point on, loyalty means executing the decisions as if it were your own." So you agree as a staff. You discuss, but then when a decision has been made, you take ownership. Everyone takes ownership. The staff takes ownership. Then the presentation, right? Teams may present with head coach only or may assign it to assistant coaches. This is talking to the players.
Yes, if I may, so the coaches that you've been under with, Alex Compton, obviously now with Coach Jeff and Coach Joel. So how was it? You were talking about how to whose decision, who's the last say?
Basically, some teams, everyone has their voices, but at the end of the day, go down to a vote. But usually the buck stops with the head coach. He will take some ideas, but then upon further discussion, and either a vote or if the gut feel of the head coach is there, he would make the call.
How about on your end, John?
Yes, same coach.
With Coach Norman, Coach Tab,
Coach Tab, Coach
Bo.
Coach. I've been under a lot of coaches. It's always the head coach decision. But like what coach is saying, on the war room, that's your opportunity to discuss what you think and what you have scouted. For us, video and scout, that's your expertise. That you have to present it well, what you know, and let them, you suggest what you think, and then let them decide on what. Let your head coach decide what he wants.
All right. Para hindi rin kayo masisi.
Tsaka mas mahal
masisisi yung head coach.
Mas mahal ang bayad ng head coach, kaya yung mahirap na desisyon nasa kanya talaga.
Kaya ako nasisi eh. Go through the presentation. Bago magkahugutan dito.
Thank you. All right. Okay, let's go on to the presentation. All right. First, things to consider when talking to the team. Attention span. Developmentally, especially in children, the attention span is 8 times 1.5 to 2. So you get that in minutes, that's the attention span. So if you try to talk about the prime or average age in the PBA players, you would go for about 30 to 45 minutes of attention span, right? And even from
confirm or deny that.
Yeah, Dr.
No. I'm just making the conversation like we could go on.
Everyone is different.
Okay.
Is different.
So you don't want them to be bored, right? Especially those that are, so usually some players moving and fidgeting, probably they're kinesthetic players. You don't want to get bored. Less is more. You want to keep it concise and manageable chunks. Next, types of learners. I talked to this about a while ago: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. And then the engagement techniques. So you have to prove your point, back it up with stats, maybe liven up the discussion with coach, ask them questions, get some visuals, motivating clips from movies, get some pictures. And then the feedback, really important. Make sure they ask questions, or you ask questions if you don't have questions, to clarify what you're talking about, that you are in one page. Okay, next we go into the game, the execution, what are our role in the execution. Usually we go and come out of the war room, you have a ready list of the plays that most likely the other team would, of course this is based on data and you know this, but there are times when they go to a different option, or very radical, they have a new play. You have to take note of that. And if you cannot adjust during one of the timeouts, make sure, talk about it as a staff. You present it to the staff and talk about it during the halftime. Not only offense, but defense also. If it's outside of your ready list, make sure to take note of it and let the staff know. Special situations, first play. Do they have a usual first play? What's their jump ball alignment? Their lineup. Change up defense after made free throw or after missed free throw. What do they do? Do they want to press? After made basket, what do they want? Made field goal, what do they want to do? And momentum takers, how do they take momentums? Make sure you remind the staff about those things, and then go to the end game. This is where the excitement happens. So make sure you remind the staff about the designated inbounder if they have their formation, their go-to action. We talked about Coach John's team running that box set KB action in the baseline. If they want to set up an elevator screen, they want to set some series of back screens. And if you are on defense, who's free throw suspect on the other team? If you're down, who can you foul? So make sure the staff knows about that. And of course, before this game ends, this current game, probably even before it starts, you have to prepare for the next game. Think about the next game. Sometimes you can see video coordinators waiting for the game to start in the lounge, splicing the next game. That's not uncommon. Okay.
Hirap naman pala maging video coordinator.
Yeah, I'm going to this, coach. I'm going into this. What does it take? What does it take? What it takes? I want to share. I want to end with a quote by Simon Sinek. Working hard for something we don't care about is called stress. Working hard for something we love is called passion. Imagine this, a 2-hour game that you watched live, 2-hour game with all the rewinds and the cut-ups could probably be 2.5 or 3 hours, times 5 or times 3, plus the time you spent scouting live. So pretty much that's where your life is at. And when you get to play 2 games or in the play of 3 games in a week. So there, the end.
Thank you. Amazing presentation, Coach Franco. Yes, and I promise our attendees that you will share those slides as a guide for them. Okay, there's some questions here. For both of you, who is the most difficult to scout aside from Coach Tim?
Alaska.
Alaska.
When kay Coach when
Alex Compton,
and even up to now, they have this so they huddle every after and they call the play already, so they don't signal the plays right away, or even if you know the play but you don't know when it's coming. So that's one. Coach Tim said definitely. For me, Coach Norman has siguro mga 40 or 2 a daming plays eh. So maraming coaches has a lot of plays.
How about in the UAAP? Who?
In the UAAP marami kasi we have more time to prepare. Kaya mas marami.
Just name the coach.
Coach Aldin.
Aldrin Ayo, okay.
Aldrin Ayo siguro has 20 or something inbound plays pa lang yung coach. Or
Okay.
have how many, Franz Pumarin has a lot of plays also. Mga 4 motion sets, on that motion sets, marami pang options yun, bukod pa sa quick hitters niya. So
Okay.
a lot of different coaches, different tendencies yung titignan mo. Sometimes ma-play siya, sometimes hindi siya ma-play, pero like Coach Yeng, hindi nga ma-play before. Ngayon meron ng mga sets si Coach Yeng, dati Coach Yeng fish lang, top ball screen. Pero how he maximizes his players naman, how he make them well or make them shoot their 3-pointers. Ang hirap naman preparan kung sino mo may init. You don't know he's going to start every game. Iba is start ni Coach Yeng. So
How
things
about
like
you, Coach Franco? Sino? Name 3.
Name 3. No, I'd say that's why the PBA Premier League. So all of the coaches are difficult to scout, but they have their characteristics. Let me say, for example.
Don't be too safe. Just say 3. Top 3.
Let me say, so example, Coach Leo and Coach Tim. You know what's coming.
Yeah,
you know it. But it's still
hirap pa rin.
difficult to scout. Yeah.
Hirap din tayo.
Maybe their movement, their talent, difficult to stop. Coach Yeng now has a ton of good plays. We saw it in the preseason. Coach Norman has a lot of plays. You meet him in the playoffs, every other game, you could bet there's a new play every time. Not only one, but maybe 2 or 3. So,
okay.
That's the characteristics.
All right. I'll pick Coach Nastracela. When I coach against him, it's very hard to scout.
Yeah.
And he's with
Also,
Blackwater now, so I want hindi nyo minention, baka magalit sa akin si Coach Nash. Okay. All right. How do you share your scouting reports? Just a quick one before we wrap it up. Last 5 minutes. How do you share your scouting reports with players and coaches? That's from Coach Louis Gonzalez of our BCAP.
Well, I think I shared mine. Maybe Coach John can take this question.
How do you share your? Do you share on Telegram or
we use Telegram also. We use but different coach, different approach. Like Coach Louis likes little videos almost every day na meron siyang pinapakita. Like Coach Tab naman, if we Coach Tab, may videos namin, video session namin, sometimes we go to an hour and a half or even longer.
Okay.
Coach Norman, different Coach Norman will share videos individually, share videos 2 days before the game, 3 days before the game, and then the game, and even in the dugout he will show. A lot of depending on your head coach, what he feels like and how he trained his team to absorb. Like Coach Franco was saying, it's yung how much attention span nakukuha nila. So some coaches don't like it long. Some coaches, like Coach Tab, he will train them like in the beginning, makakita sila, may nakakaiglip-iglip sa viewing room, ganun. Pero as the year progressed, nasasanay yung mga players na matagal yung pinapanood nila. So different head coaches, different styles on what they show. But definitely, you show individuals, you show team, you show your team, and you show your opponents. Different types of what you can do.
So what program do you use, Coach John? I know you use Final Cut Pro.
Final Cut Pro.
Ikaw, Coach Franco?
I'm a Windows guy. I use CyberLink.
All right. So for the sake of Coach Franco, they're curious. What's the duties and responsibilities of head basketball operation? I know you've moved on from being a video coordinator, assistant coach to basketball operation. So just briefly, what's the basketball operation?
Basically, it's a bridge from the management to the team and from the team to the management and everything in the background. So that.
All right. And before we end, I want, Coach Teddy will kill me if he doesn't ask his question.
I've been following the webinars and I know.
Yes.
He scouted me already. He knows my question.
Yes. So the question, and Coach John, you're up next. So
yeah.
quickly, Coach Franco, you have
Coach,
Teddy. Go
5
ahead.
qualities, Coach Franco,
Okay.
that you feel
Thank you
a
for the question.
successful basketball coach should possess.
Thank you for the
Thank
question.
you.
And thank you for your insight. Yeah, first, I want to share this passionate and the ability to self-motivate, especially after a loss. You have to rebound. You have to rebound. And being next, second would be a lifelong learner, especially in this age of technology, from VHS to computer, and then using all those computer softwares, downloading stuff from YouTube, from burning CDs to putting it in thumb drives, and then using Zoom, right? Using Zoom. So you can close there. Good communicator in written and in verbal communication, and then relational and empathic. I think that's one of the key in a social person. And of course, the last one, having the foresight or the ability to think ahead, being always a step ahead. That's one of also an important thing. So those 5 qualities, you have that, you're good track.
All right.
Coach, I'm very
Excellent
impressed.
answer.
You're prepared. You already knew I was going to ask.
Mr.
Very
John.
good.
Well,
Coach John.
well, I was running kanina afternoon. Naisip ko yun yung question, so pinagandaan ko rin.
Okay.
Na-scout ko din yun.
I like our
All
coaches.
right.
Good job.
All right.
First, I'll try to make it short, but may mga reasons ako why I chose this. So again, for just being a video coordinator pertaining to that,
Okay.
you have to be loyal. Loyal to your head coach. Kasi nga katulad yung sinabi ni Coach Franco, pagdating nyo sa war room, minsan dahil mo ni scout, ang dahil mong alam, share mo lahat yun. Bang, bang, bang. Tapos, walang kukuhain yung head coach mo. Wala siyang magustuhan doon sa sinabi mo. Hindi niya gusto yung ano mo. Pagkatapos yun ng war room, kahit na iba yung nasa isip mo, kahit ang dami mong tinrabaho, wala siyang inagawin, kung ano lumabas doon sa war room, yun na yung opinion mo. So you have to be loyal to your head coach, you have to be loyal to the game plan. Number 2, you have to be efficient. Efficient because katulad ng pinakita ni Coach Franco, you have a ton of things to do. First is manage your schedule. Kasi if you're in practice, if you're not in practice, you're gonna watch games. If you're not gonna watch games, you'll be in your family. If you're not gonna be in your family, doon ka pala magsisimula to do your work. Yung mag-watch ka ng video and then mag-supplies ka, mag-aahit ka ng every single thing. So, you have to really manage your schedule. Organize. Number 2, organize. You have to be organized. Ako, nag-start ako, burara ako. Pero nung naging scout video, nag-scout on the computer, I had to be organized kasi you end up wasting a lot of times kung saan mo naiwan yung paper mo, saan mo sinulat yung papel mo. So what I did, I had a notebook. Kung saan lang, yung notebook na yun, doon ako nagsusulat ng scouting para yun lang. Yung pag nawala, yun nawala lahat. Pero at least, you put it in one place. Number 3, invest on technology, invest on what you can do to be efficient. Yun nga, sa efficiency tayo. Store, backup. Mag-backup kayo at backup. Kasi ako dati, hindi ako nag-backup. Lahat ng trabaho ko nasira. Tapos, view na wala akong ma-present. So again, being efficient is all of that. Third characteristic will be an expert. Be an expert on what you do. Know your craft. Look for a mentor. Doesn't have to be nakilala mo yung mentor mo like Coach Tim was saying. He has mentors na hindi mo na kilala. Look for a mentor. Learn from the successes and failures. Alright, so yun, be an expert on that. And 4th characteristic, prepare. Prepare to prepare. Prepare to prepare. Could I practice your presentation do sa coach mo para maintindihan niya na mabuti kung ano gagawa mo. Prepare mo yung things mo so you'll be more efficient. Right? Lastly will be passion and fun. Yung katulad sinasabi, you have to pay your dues. When I started coaching noon before, halos walang sweldo, maliit lang sweldo. You have to, if you want this, tatsagain mo. Sinabi nga ni Coach Ariel, VHS to VHS, pwede tedious yung ginagawa mo. feeling mo, ubus na lahat ng oras mo, pero you have to pay your dues. Paalalaan at lalaan, naabot ka rin doon. Lastly, ito, I'll put this in kasi kahit ako, nangyayari sa akin to eh. You have to have fun. And kasi sa dami ng ginagawa mo, ito mapapansin, pag ginawa nyo to, nag-e-edit kayo, iinit ang ulo nyo. Hindi nyo napapansin na ang init ng ulo nyo pala. Tapos lahat ng mga nakakausap mo, mga coaches mo, nasusungitan mo na. Or nasasnab mo na. So, nobody wants to work with an asshole. So, have fun. Have fun with what you're doing. And be conscious on your action. Kasi pag nag-scout ka, tapos nag-edit ka, wala kang tulog, medyo minsan grumpy ka na. Ako guilty ako dito, grumpy na ako. Pero you have to be, as a scout is on all the coaches, scout and video editing will be the most tedious job. So try to smile a lot. Try to be a happy assistant coach. So gusto ka nila katrabaho. Right? So that's it. That's my 5 characteristics. Sorry, tumagal.
I can relate to that kasi hindi pa uso ang BGC eh. Doon ako nakatira sa sports camp.
Ako dati coach, natutulog ako sa Moro. Hindi dahil hindi naabot, hindi sinasadya.
That's way back na rendering will take you like 6 hours or more rendering a presentation. Correct. Pero now it's quick, you guys, mas madali yung trabaho nyo, especially when you will join our special session with Coach Gio Rivera. Your job will be much easier, and we have that information on our web page, www.hoopcoaches.com. Teddy, you were saying?
Coach, I have 3 points I'd just like to share.
Yes.
First is for Coach Franco and Coach John. They're very well prepared. They didn't know I was going to ask the question, but they were ready. And you could see
they were watching the previous webinar.
Still, I am very impressed. So you're a credit to your profession. Number 2, Coach Franco mentioned this, the modes of learning. I just want to share from perspective of a psychologist, the mode of learning, how important that is. Your team is you have 15 players, maybe more. How they learn is all different. So Coach Franco was saying visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Just to give people an idea what that is. A visual person is somebody who, I have to see it. Don't tell me about it. I have to see it. Show me the movie, show me the clip. Okay? Auditory, ikwento mo na lang sa akin. Tell me about it. Explain to me so I can get it more. Kinesthetic is they have to run through the play. That's how they learn it. If this is what I got from Coach Bogdan the other day. It's also good to match up the coaches to people of this, your players who have that mode of learning, because that coach will be able to explain that particular play, that particular action better, because they would see things the same way. And third, since Coach Franco likes the military terms, over the last couple of months, I found one, and I think it's awesome. Maybe you can use it for your next presentation. The term is reconnoiture, military observation. So that's just...
Take note of that. Thank you. Doc.
That's it, Coach. Just wanted to
all right. For our attendees, the videos, we don't want to be PBA run after us. We don't let PBA, but they're on YouTube anyway. But we will post it on our YouTube channel also, just to give you ideas on what PBA teams run, and we'll also give you out the presentation of Coach Franco. Just bear with me because we got a lot of requests, and I'll make sure by after the sessions. That will make time to be able to distribute your requests. Just bear with us, and bear with my pamangkins, my nephews, who's helping me share the infos. But just to have one channel where the infos or where the requests are, because the admins of my Hoop Coaches International page on Facebook is run by my dear niece Katrina. So say she will be more than willing to share with you the information that you like. Just bear with her also, because she's to 100 coaches also that is asking her, but she's more than happy to be sharing those information to you. And this is she's part of my my trust to be helping more and more coaches learn the game and appreciate the game and appreciate coaching and the just giving back from the game that we all love. And I personally, from my standpoint, from just being not a PBA player to be just a Team B player to a PBA coach and now a assistant governor for our team, and the journey that I have, I'm just also giving back and work with two great coaches, with Coach Franco and Coach John, who's helped me a lot, and I'd like to thank them. And again, tomorrow we'll have a Gilas Day tomorrow. So Gilas Day we start a bit earlier because Coach John has an appointment also at later times, because we will start with Coach Reyes at 5. We'll talk about Heart of a Leader, what Puso is all about, and I'm sure you're gonna be up for that. And Coach Jimmy Alapag will proceed right after at 6 p.m. and we're gonna end earlier. But as a surprise, we're gonna do some auction with those boards that our dear coaches, head coaches, has promised to give us the signboards. We're going to do a little online auction right after Coach Jimmy's presentation, so that we'll be able to help our dear frontliners of the Pasig City General Hospital. Again, I will share the links for this presentation, although the registrants are 100 plus already for both presentation. I'm sure they're happy to share. And then Coach Jim is gonna talk about building relationship with the team and between coaches and players. And Rick Olivares will join us again. And of course, Teddy will have his 5 questions. I will have his question again. And Doctor, I'd like to thank you for bearing with me. And this one also to the attendees that stayed with us late. This is part of also being a video guy or assistant coach. You have late nights like this, and I'd like to give the floor to Coach Franco and Coach John for your closing remarks.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, Coach Ariel, this is really a nice initiative by you. And actually, you got me into coaching. I've known Coach Ariel through Coach Joel. Really, thank you for this opportunity, Coach. It's an honor. Doc Ted, really an honor also to be here, and Coach John for spending the floor with you. And to everyone here watching the webinar, staying up late, it's 1 a.m. Sorry for keeping you up, guys, so late, but we appreciate you. And let's all stay safe, and God bless us all. Thank you.
John Jack, before I ask you to for your dance moves.
Really?
You should watch Coach John. He's got some videos online also on his Facebook, or I saw he's dancing with Kiefer, and during his wedding. He's an amazing dancer. I call him Soxy for those or older coaches. Soxy Topacio, the late Soxy Topacio, the great actor, a great stage actor. I call him Soxy. No, not really look like, but the way you move, the flow, So you have the floor, Coach. Sorry to cut you off.
Thank you, Coach Ariel, Doc Teddy, Coach Franco. Coach Ariel, thank you for the opportunity. Especially, alam mo naman, sa'yo ako nagsimula nakapasok sa PBA. And for me, it's a dream come true. For someone, guys, I never played organized ball. Hanggang barangay lang nilaro ko. And God gives you this type of people na makakatulong sa'yo. You have to embrace it. You have to embrace them. And you have to be thankful always. Katulad nung sinabi ko, I've started from mga coach ko, barangay, tapos high school, all the way to Pasarel, Paya. So kung kayo yung mga coaches na gano'n, na nag-start gano'n, and you wanna venture, this is what Coach Ariel is doing for you, is actually helping you a lot. And that you're in the right path. Dito huwag kayong magsawa. Learn your craft, matuto kayo, and never forget where you came from. And that, minsan ma-feeling mo, ako dati, guys, nag-start ako mag-video scouting, hindi ako marunong mag-start ng internet, ng computer. Aralin mo, dati VHS to VHS, you have to learn. Don't be afraid to learn new things. Kasi it will demand yun sa passion mo. Kaya importante yung mga senior na Coach Franco sa'yo. At saka yung senior ko na doon sa five characteristics. Ngayon, again, thank you for the opportunity. Again, I'm still learning. I don't know everything, but I've known a lot. I'm very fortunate na I've been under a lot of coaches like Coach Ariel, Coach Tab, Coach Norman, and a lot more coaches. And I started with Coach Jamai Karim, and Coach Abit Gidaven. From there on, tuloy-tuloy. So don't forget where you came from, and be thankful always. And tiyaga lang. It will be very hard, but for someone like me to be in the PBA, I'm sure you can do it also.
Excellent. Really, I appreciate you guys, and I know, having worked with you too, your passion reflects through your work, and to your the way you embrace your role, and the way you stayed with me in my journey also, through ups and downs, and to victories and defeats, and through all the coffee and the whiskey.
Whiskey, I miss Coach. The whiskey.
All right, I've no alcohol for almost 2 months. So again, thank you so much. Again, tomorrow, and we have a bit of good news. I just got the reply from Coach Mike Dunlap. He's gonna join us on Wednesday, and also he's a former NBA coach. On Wednesday, also Coach Andre Lemanis of Australia is gonna join us also for Wednesday. So really, it's from 1 or 2 sessions we really grown, and I've been receiving also from other coaches, from European coaches, requests for them to also to give their webinars to us Filipino coaches and to coaches from Southeast Asia. Again, stay safe, everyone. Again, visit our social media accounts, and visit Blackwater's social media account for the frontliners. And we have a program for the frontliners of the Pasig City General Hospital. I hope you help. There have been a few. There have been a lot of coaches also have reached out and helped, and thank you so much for supporting our cause. And of course, Blackwater's been supporting our coaches. Without Blackwater, this wouldn't be possible to be sharing you those webinars for free. Again, stay safe, everyone. Have a great morning, and there's a lot of webinars going on also from the NABC that will start at 1 a.m. So if you're up for it, I'm up for it. So that's why I was able to come up with this idea. And Doc Teddy, thank you so much again. I know it's way past your bedtime. I will answer your 5. I have Código na 5.
But he's taking notes already.
But I have 5 for it. So I've written down my 5, and we'll have that.
I know you have it.
Probably after Coach Jimmy's session, right before the auction and right before we raffle off prizes. Again, coaches.
Thank you.
And don't forget the coaching book that you're gonna donate, and the books. Don't forget. Yeah. Thank you so much, and good morning. Good night.
Morning.
Good morning.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.